Tour finals and also the last day after a very long season, David. It's a little bit emotional. Final day.
Yeah, for sure. 90 long, fun days of chess, and it all comes down to this. I'm going to miss it when it's gone.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen, he is already the winner, Jovanka. But what do you expect in the Oslo Arena today?
Well, Magnus will want to finish on a high. For Wesley, it's about taking second place.
All right. Well, you guys, welcome to day 9 in the finals and day 90 in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Arriving for the very last day of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour finals. He's going to face Hikaru Nakamura today for a final fight. Jan-Krzysztof and we are ready for a final show in this studio this season, of course. And as always, to guide us through it, International Master Jovanka Houska and Grandmaster David Howell. David, can you even believe how many chess moves you have commented on in the studio this year?
I don't even know. Yeah. I can't imagine the number. It's been a lot of games, a lot of action, a lot of players as well. They've kept us entertained. Yeah. I'm just glad some of the viewers have been there along the way, and it's been an honor to share it with you two as well.
Likewise to both of you. And well, Jovanka, we do have one exciting day left. How do you hope to finish off the 2021 season?
With a lot of fireworks on the board. Yeah. You know, we still have everything to play for. Yes, Magnus Carlsen has won the Meltwater Championship Tour, Chess Tour, but, you know, there's still a hot race for second place.
Definitely, yeah. And as you mentioned, Magnus Carlsen, he was already the winner yesterday of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021, and maybe that was the reason he was a little off focus in his match against Levon Aronian.
Finally, this idea does land on the board. Levon Aronian has infiltrated with his knight. That's what we call a fork, a double attack. The 2 black rooks under fire from this 1 knight. This checkmate threat still on the board. Magnus Carlsen, though, gesturing there. He missed this move. Jovanka called it. The white king has an escape route, and no more checkmate. Magnus Carlsen, he's grabbed a rook back, but it looks like it should be game over. There's the 3rd queen on the board. Magnus Carlsen resigns.
Wow.
On the 8th day of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour finals, a dominant Levon Aronian defeated the tournament winner, Magnus Carlsen.
And, OK, Magnus, he's gambling everything on this moment. He's given up some material. He has used his bishop to take a pawn. As we mentioned, that bishop is taboo. It's poisoned. It cannot be captured because there is a pin towards the black king. And, OK, Magnus sacrificed a rook. Black bishop taking a rook. And now he sacrifices bishop as well. Magnus Carlsen right now is a whole rook down.
There's no going back for Magnus Carlsen. He lines up his rook against the king. OK, so there's still a tremendous amount of danger here.
Magnus Carlsen resigns. A rook and a piece down. He just gives up.
How do you feel after this?
Oh, it's okay.
It's just okay?
Yeah, I mean, I don't love it, but, you know, it's the way it is.
I cannot really say I played particularly well, but I could tell that Magnus is very relaxed. He doesn't really care about the results, so that's how I can explain that I didn't have much trouble winning today.
It was a win for Levon Aronian, gaining all 3 points in the match against world champion Magnus Carlsen. Wesley So, he won in blitz tiebreaks to Jan-Krzysztof gaining 2 points there, Wesley So. And Timur Ajabov gaining 3 points in his match against Shakriyar Mamedyarov. It was also 3 points for Anish Giri in the Oslo Arena against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. And 2 points for Hikaru Nakamura, winning in blitz tiebreaks to Vladislav Artemiev. But Magnus losing 2nd day in a row, losing his match. David, what's happened to him?
It's very understandable after having achieved such a big goal like winning the overall tour that he relaxed, that he took his eye off the ball. But Magnus now, after those 2 difficult days, he will want to end on a high. He will want to make amends, especially against one of his biggest rivals today.
And he is, of course, the winner overall of the tour. Let's take a look at the standings heading into day 9. After 8 rounds in the finals, Magnus Carlsen on 28.5 points. No one can catch up with him, but it's still a lot of drama going on in the fight for second place. Timur Ajabov and Wesley So fighting for that spot, Jovanka. How motivated will they be today to clinch that spot?
Incredibly motivated. You know, there's a huge second prize up for grabs, but also there's pride at stake. Timur Radjabov will face off against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. For Wesley, as David mentioned, it will be his biggest tour nemesis, Magnus Carlsen.
And Anish Giri, he has not had the best tournament, but he did win his match yesterday. And today, Anish Giri is going to face Vladislav Artemiev for a final match in the Oslo Arena. He looks ready. He looks happy. Let's take a look at the matches coming up on the final day in the tour finals. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Hikaru Nakamura. It's going to be Artemiev and Giri, as mentioned. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Timur Radjabov. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Levon Aronian. And the two big ones from the 2021 season, Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So. And what do you expect from this one, David?
I'm expecting this one to be pure fireworks. We know that Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, they have been the two most consistent players throughout this season. They've also faced each other in 3 big finals. Magnus Carlsen, however, he will be desperate to end on the high because this might be his last official day of chess before the World Championship match in November.
Ah, that's right. And for Anish Giri, Vladislav Artemiev. And Anish, he did give a comment to Rune when arriving the Oslo Arena today.
Yesterday, you said it was very important for you to win in the Rapid. Today, you are playing Artemiev, and you are equal on points. How important is it for you to win today?
Well, I always play for win. Artemiev is a tough opponent. I have bad score against him in this online things. But now it's different. I'm not home anymore. Maybe this venue will bring me more luck.
And maybe Charles will bring you more luck. We brought him back, and he brought you luck the first time he was here.
True. The Charles is back. T is back. So yeah, Charles just left now actually. So sorry for the camera. He was here, but he's coming back. So it's all good.
Best of luck in your match today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Anish Giri, he's had a bad tournament, only scoring 9 points in the tour finals. But Timur Radjabov is the player who definitely has had the best tournament, scoring 18 points. He is fighting with Wesley So for second place. And yeah, David, what has happened to Wesley in the tour final, scoring only 11 points?
Yeah, I think just the burden of trying to chase Magnus Carlsen down for that first place in the overall tour standings has affected Wesley's play. He's taken risks which have backfired. He's just lacked that consistency. So for both Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, they will want to win in order to finish on the top half in terms of this tournament alone.
And for Wesley, it is Magnus Carlsen he will be fighting with today. The world champion and the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021 has arrived the Oslo Arena for one last final match. And he will take home $100,000. Magnus Carlsen, the runner-up, will get $60,000. That is what Wesley So and Timur Radjabov will be fighting for today. And we usually have a question of today, with the viewers being able to fight for a prize. But today we're going to turn it around. We're going to let the viewers ask us questions.
Yes, this is the very last broadcast of the 2021 tour. So to celebrate the inaugural season and in partnership with our friends at MasterCards, we would like you to ask us any questions that you might have about the first season of the tour. Could be about memories, priceless moments. But to get those questions answered by us in the studio, use the hashtag ChessChamps and Priceless, and we'll try and answer your questions as best as we can.
Yeah.
Can't wait, actually.
Even chess moves, or, I mean, could be anything.
Anything. We are prepared to answer anything, actually. And I really can't wait to hear what everyone is wondering about.
Yeah. David, you're not only commentating on moves today, you also have to answer some questions.
Yeah, bring them on.
Yeah.
Bring them on. Lots of priceless moments in the tour, and we want to hear what your favourite moments have been as well, of course.
Definitely. Well, this is today's schedule. We will start out with game 1 between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. Magnus will have the white pieces. As always, a total of 4 rapid games to decide all of the matches. And if it's tied after that, then tie breaks. And in between all the games, and also during the games, we will be talking a lot about the next big thing happening in chess, the World Chess Championship. That will be a big theme today. And David, you mentioned it. Do you think it's already in the back of Magnus's head
I think it's not even at the back of Magnus's head anymore. Having clinched the tour a couple of days ago, now the World Championship is moving towards the front of his thoughts. And I know that as well, Magnus Carlsen, over the next couple of weeks, he's going to be going into that training mode. And yeah, this is his last big test against a world-class opponent before that big match.
Yeah, and it's very cool to finish off the season with a match between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley. So they have been the two top dogs in the tour overall. And Magnus, he struggled in the start of the season, lost 2 finals to Wesley So, but finally in the FTX Crypto Cup, it was the world champion's turn to win a final, and it was a roller coaster tournament when it comes to emotions for Magnus. But when he finally won it, we did get to see one of the biggest celebrations we have seen in chess.
Magnus wins.
Wow, look at that! Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon.
It was a huge relief after a tournament where, frankly, I never had an easy moment. Usually in these tournaments, like, there's 1 or 2 days that are really, really tough. This time it felt like all the days were tough, to be honest.
Oh, look at Magnus. He realizes this is a blunder. What's happening?
Wow,
Total
Magnus
blunder.
has blundered his queen.
It was, I think, moments of exhaustion and both anger and joy, obviously.
Would you like to see more of it in chess? These big reactions?
Yeah, sure. I think in very big and heated moments, it's natural.
Oh no, he is extremely angry.
It's pretty sick. Like, I came back 5 times. Absolutely insane. I'm just so happy to have pulled through.
Obviously, it meant a lot to me. It was the first major I won with all the best players, practically. It was even more special coming that way. I mean, I have no illusions that this was one of the best tournaments that I ever played, but it's certainly the most adversity I can remember having overcome in such a tournament.
What a reaction that was from the world champion winning the FTX Crypto Cup. Now he has already won the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, but he will have one final battle with Wesley So sitting in Minnesota quite early in the morning for Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian all over there in the US. Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof will finish off the tournament in the Oslo arena. And here we see Anish Giri, always with a smile on his face, in the lounge, waving to us. Hi, Anish. Nice to see you. It's going to be interesting to follow his final match as well. Waiting for a cup of tea, of course, Anish Giri. But the final match, David, between Magnus and Wesley, what do you expect from it? Will it be a prestigious one for both of them?
Definitely prestigious. It's quite a fitting way to end after all their kind of marathon battles. And actually, in terms of meaning, it's equally meaningful for Wesley. He needs that second place.
Yeah.
If he loses, he might even get overtaken. He might even end up in 4th.
And let's take a look at their head-to-head scores. These two have faced each other so many times in the tour. And look at that. I mean, Wesley is not far behind Magnus when it comes to wins.
No, he's certainly not. And I have to say one thing, though. It was Wesley So who first got the upper hand in their matches right at the beginning, defeating Magnus in the Skilling Open and the Opera Euro Rapid. But the last 2 events, it's been Magnus Carlsen who has defeated Wesley So. First of all, in the Gold Money Asian Rapid, and of course, in another tournament in the finals.
Yeah. Exactly.
The FTX Crypto Cup.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been a tough fight between these two. One last time, we're waiting for the players to arrive the Oslo arena for the first games to start in about a minute. And when it comes to Wesley So, David, how impressed have you been with him throughout the whole season?
Throughout this whole season, Wesley has been one of the top dogs. It feels like he's leveled up as well. He's always been one of the others, in a sense, in terms of fighting for the world #1 ranking. But this past 12 months, Wesley has definitely stood apart, and he's definitely been, maybe apart from Magnus, the most impressive player. So for Wesley So, okay, he's had a difficult week this week, but in general, this past year, he has been phenomenal.
Anish Giri going into the lounge with a cup of tea. But would you also say, David, that Wesley has been maybe the biggest surprise in the tour?
Possibly, maybe Wesley So and Radjabov, the 2 players fighting for second right now. If you asked us before the season, we would have said maybe Anish Giri, maybe Nepomniachtchi. You could have listed a whole bunch of names, but for Wesley and Radjabov to have that level of consistency and to be here now fighting for that second place, Yeah, both of them mightily impressive.
Yeah, Anish Giri sitting down for his match against Vladislav Artemiev, who has also been very impressive. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is ready there. He's going to face Hikaru Nakamura in this final match, waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive for one final match against Wesley So. And what do you expect from the world champion today, Jovanka? One final match to finish off the tour.
Yeah, I think he will be aiming to finish on a high, and he has to kind of go back to his high-pressure chess, you know, where he puts Wesley under some form of scrutiny and just keeps on applying pressure. And I have to say, both of these two players have played tremendous matches against each other. I mean, there's been a lot of intriguing games full of complexities, twists and turns, emotional moments. I think we're in for a treat today.
Yeah, I really hope so, that they will bring some fireworks to the board. Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, and also Jan-Krzysztof Duda ready. We are waiting for the winner of the tour to arrive in the Oslo arena. And the matches they've played so many games against each other. What are the games between these two usually like, David?
They're up and down, they're wild, and they always keep us guessing. Sometimes they'll play a quieter game, sometimes it's just pure chaos, and it tends to be the player with the white pieces who is quite aggressive. I've noticed that Magnus Carlsen really struggles when he is black against Wesley So, barely surviving the opening on many occasions. And likewise, when Magnus has white, Wesley is the one struggling just to cope with the world champion style, to cope with his ferocity. So definitely this one, we're used to all these decisive results. Whoever takes the lead often gets pegged back in the next game, and yeah, I'm hoping it'll be more of the same.
Jackets on, Magnus Carlsen going into the Oslo arena to play the first game. He will have the white pieces. We will be talking about the World Championship match a lot today. And has it been possible to sort of analyze anything from Magnus's openings in the finals? Is he, hiding something? Is he playing something new? What have we seen?
He's not played anything too new, or at least his new ideas have been openings that he definitely won't be using in the World Championship match. Okay. I think that's why Magnus has struggled on the last 2 days. He's just been trying to throw Nepomniachtchi off the scent by playing some lines that he definitely won't appear in the World Championship match. And that has affected his play. So if you don't play your normal openings, if you try and kind of play a bit wild, play something surprising, wow, talking of surprising, it's 1b3.
Yay! Oh, I have to almost give a little bit of applause to Magnus Carlsen for giving us 1b3 on the final day in the tour. Yay!
Yeah, it is great news, but it's also a little bit risky, because I remember a few years ago, Wesley did an opening course on this particular opening. I remember that he said, no, I don't want to give away any of my opening secrets, so I'm going to do an opening repertoire on this move.
Yeah, that was funny. It was about 5-6 years ago now, but Wesley So created a course despite the fact he'd never ever played this move as white himself. So now we see Wesley So already thinking, maybe surprised by this move by Magnus Carlsen. Okay, maybe Wesley not realising the game had started there, but either way, Magnus, he's giving a nod to Adiban, the beast, who created this really famous, really successful course for Chessable on this opening, and also using it with success on our tour. Adiban, of course, beating Anish Giri with this B3 move, and we've seen Magnus play everything.
And Magnus has also won games with this, at least one game he won with this opening.
Exactly. He's played everything, Magnus, but this is one of his pet favourites if he just wants to get a game. Look how white is just completely ignoring the centre for now, but white's dark-squared bishop has a nice hiding place for the rest of the game. Also exerting some pressure with that dark-squared bishop.
So this is the whole point with his opening, right? That dark-squared bishop.
Yes, exactly. And you stay super flexible. You wait to see how your opponent sets up in the centre with his pawns, and then you react. So depending on what the opponent does, you might strike with the pawn in front of the white king, or in front of the white queen, or in front of the white pawn on the c-line. So you really just play a bit of a waiting game and then react. And it's a bit annoying for black, because as black, you have a free hand. You can do anything you want. And talking of doing anything you want, Wesley So has played another really rare move. He's just pushed a pawn on this right side. That looks very mysterious, but he's actually just creating a safe place for his light-squared bishop later in the game. So Wesley So, I mean, I must admit, I've never played this move before as black. I've never even seen this move before as black. But he is trying to react to the surprise from Carlsen with his own surprise. And now both sides playing a waiting game. Neither really wants to fully occupy the centre or fully strike out, initiate any trades yet. And, OK, Magnus this is a sign, firstly, that he's saying to Nepomniachtchi, you're not going to learn anything here, but also that he wants to entertain us with a really tense battle.
I love it. And is this opening one opening that you would say don't do this at home, kids? Is it like only for grandmasters? Because we already see there's a little taking of the center, at least for white.
In general, you need to be quite... you need to at least be well-versed in these types of lines. It's all about practice. But if you're wondering how to go for this different types of strategy, definitely check out that chessable course.
Definitely.
Because it's for all levels. It's not just for grandmasters. It's for beginners, club players. And actually, I know a lot of club players, especially, who use this type of opening, and their opponents just have no idea how to react. So there's no such thing as a bad opening in chess if you know the plans, if you know the ideas behind them.
Yeah, and I have to say, I have been trying to learn Adiban's course on Chessable, and just because of the spaced repetition and the move trainer, I find it quite easy. And I can tell you that Adiban, in these type of positions, he advocates playing something very, very spicy. It involves a pawn sacrifice in the centre. But we'll see if it happens.
There we go. Maybe Magnus Carlsen is going to get ready for such a pawn sacrifice, Jovanka, because white has just pushed another pawn there. So not developing the white light-squared bishop yet, which was maybe his intention with the previous move, but he's getting ready to push a pawn forward in the middle of the board to harass and attack the black light-squared bishop that's developed towards the centre. And now Wesley So striking with his pawn. So now both sides are starting to take some space, are starting to control some squares. And I expect Magnus Carlsen to quickly rush and try to complete his piece development. That would involve moving white's light-squared bishop and castling the white king away to safety. Only then should you pick which pawn to push for white in the centre. Normally, you definitely try to delay that decision as long as possible. There we go, Magnus moving his bishop out. He's looking very relaxed on his mouse there, Magnus Carlsen. I think against 90% of the black possible moves, he's going to just castle the white king away to safety. And, OK, black's knight coming out, very understandable. Will white castle his king, or will he challenge maybe now in the centre by bringing the white knight forward? There we go. White's knight springs forward. This, again, is a very thematic, typical idea in this type of opening. Black's knight, once it has developed, is a target, and actually white is happy to trade a set of knights because white has less space with his pawns. Also, any trades will benefit the white bishops, which are now opened up on great diagonals. There we go, a trade of knights. And now Magnus will surely castle. Maybe he can push a pawn first, but white cannot delay much longer.
Yeah,
OK, he brings his knight up first.
And, OK, so the idea that white has is, of course, to castle, as you mentioned, and also to push forward in the centre with a pawn. And then, of course, the position quickly is what I want to say, opens up. Yeah.
And who do you prefer here, Jovanka? White is very, very flexible, can choose a variety of pawn pushes later, but black has more space temporarily.
You know, it's quite funny because I tend to play this particular pawn structure with the black pieces, but I somehow prefer white.
Maybe a sign that you can add it to your repertoire.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to memorise Adiban's chessable course.
OK, and meanwhile, we saw Magnus Carlsen just with half a smile on his lips a moment ago, maybe because of his position, but also maybe because of the music. And meanwhile, Wesley has developed his bishop. And big question for Magnus Carlsen, is now the time to strike? Do you throw pawns forward in the centre of the board, or do you continue playing slowly, developing and castling the king? And there we see Jan-Krzysztof Duda just behind Magnus, very focused on his own game. Magnus now, he will want, with the white pieces, to put some pressure on. And talking of pressure, he's going for it now, Magnus. He's trying to open up the middle of the board just before black's king is also safe. And now black's light-squared bishop is attacked. Two choices for Wesley So. He has to either take that white pawn in the centre, allow a trade, or he has to step back with his bishop, retreat it to a safe square. And personally, I would rather retreat that bishop. There we go. Black's pawn centre. If we saw a pawn trade there, black's pawn centre would have disappeared and white would have access to more key squares. So black keeping his bishop nice and safe. And now it must be the moment, surely, for Magnus to open things up, maybe trade a set of pawns in the middle. If he doesn't play this, OK, he's actually getting ready to castle first. Equally sensible. Look at the dark squares that have been highlighted on the screen. OK, he doesn't click his king. Okay, he changes his mind a couple of times, and then he goes back to this move. So he does eventually.
And I'm expecting Wesley to copy, and there we see it there. And in this type of position, you kind of mentioned making some trades. Is there an argument to be made for White being even more aggressive and pushing pawns?
Yep.
And I'm thinking of the F pawn, move it up 2 squares.
Yeah, now that Magnus has castled first, I think it makes less sense to trade in the centre because Black's knight can even take back if we see a trade of pawns in the centre. You're right, Jovanka, that is maybe the critical move for White to push a pawn in front of the rook forward on the F line, 2 squares, trying to, again, throw that pawn forward. But it is very, very committal. It loosens squares behind it. Any pawn pushes you might regret because pawns don't move backwards, they leave weak squares behind, and that's why Magnus, instead of committing, stays flexible. He moves his queen to the side. So the white rooks are connected. This is something everyone at home should be doing in every single game, connecting your rooks if possible, because then they protect each other, they have a lot more flexibility. Normally they want to swing across the board towards the centre. You can only do that once your queen is out of the way. But yeah, Wesley So, he's played very quickly up to this point, despite being surprised on move 1. And right now, Wesley So, he still has some questions to answer. What central pawn formation, what pawn structure does he want to head for? Because Black could block it up, Black could open it up. And, it's definitely a stylistic thing here, but you also have to talk to your pieces. Maybe the Black pieces aren't ready for things to open up. And
OK, so he attacks the queen and...
OK, so White's queen either has to move or this attack has to be blocked. Black's bishop there hitting the queen cannot be captured. It's defended by Black's knight. What do you think? Block or move?
Block, but I'm a little bit scared to volunteer my suggestion.
OK.
Because I wanted to block with the pawn,
No,
which is
I wanted to as well.
OK, woohoo! Yeah.
White has choices here. White could offer a trade, for example, block with the white light square bishop, but the pride and joy of White's position is that bishop, and there you go.
Yeah.
It's your move, Jovanka. White has blocked with a pawn.
Yes.
So the reason I think we're both attracted to this move, and Magnus as well, is because Black's bishop on the edge of the board right now might be a target. White could throw pawns forward against that piece later, gaining a bit of time.
Yes, that was exactly my idea, just to throw the pawns forward using the bishop as a target. And whilst we're waiting for Wesley to make a move, well, today, for our quiz of the day, we are turning things around in partnership with our friends at MasterCard. We are asking you to ask us the questions. And hashtag Brian Esposito on Instagram asks us, what would you say was the most shocking blunder that happened during the tour?
Ooh. Since this is the last day of the tour, I'm going to have to rewind the whole way back to day 1. And day 1, we were just warming up with a nice day of chess, and then suddenly Magnus mouse-slipped and blundered his queen against Nepomniachtchi, his future challenger. So that was very, very dramatic.
I remember you guys mentioned it, like, in the build-up. Like, yeah, Kaja, we have something called mouse slips in online chess. Maybe we've seen it, but, you know, these players, they practice on their mouse skills. But, yeah, there is something called a mouse slip, and I was like, wow. And then first game, mouse slip. That was amazing.
Yeah, it was a queen as well, all pieces. Yeah, I have to agree with you, David. That came as a big shock because that was a quite emotional, tumultuous game. And then suddenly that mouse slip killed it. And we were like, I just remember that quote, I think we've seen a mouse slip. And
I said, no!
And what a way to start a tour. Maybe that's why it's been so dramatic, because it started on that note, right?
Right, yeah.
Great question.
Yeah. And if you too want to enter Quiz of the Day, then you can tweet your questions using 2 hashtags, Priceless and Chess Champs, or you can go onto the Champions Chess Tour page on Instagram and you can post your question there and we will try and answer them in the studio. Can't wait. Bring them on.
Yep, and talking of bringing it on, Magnus Carlsen has retreated his bishop. He's saying to Wesley So, bring it on, push your pawns forward. I don't care what you're going to do. I'm going to attack the Black King later. And I think Magnus has in mind a bit of a slow plan, but it does involve pushing pawns on this king side forward towards the Black King. And Wesley So, I think he's a bit worried if he blocks it up that would give Magnus a free hand to attack. So it's a bit of limbo right now for Wesley So. He doesn't want to commit, he doesn't want to touch anything really, but you have to make a decision in chess. Either you slowly improve a piece or you clarify the pawn structure. And Wesley So spending a couple of minutes This one is heating up slowly. It's a lot of tension. Only one set of knights have left the board. We're on move 14. We've been playing for 15 minutes, but only one trade. This is how tense it is right now. Both players want to win, and neither of them will want to end this fantastic tour season on a loss. Yeah, been a difficult couple of days for both of them.
Yeah, and Magnus, he definitely surprised Wesley, I guess, with the 1b3.
Yes, and it's not even about the surprise first move, it's about this kind of surprising, unorthodox middle game that you achieve afterwards. It's all about plans, and OK, Wesley so decided not to block it up, which maybe would have been the, the most ambitious move. Instead, he trades a pawn in the centre, and the evaluation bar really doesn't like that one. I'm surprised as well, because he's basically saying to Magnus, once we have a trade of pawns in the centre, I just want to make things symmetrical. OK, and Jovanka, you're surprised. You're shocked by that last move.
Totally, because I thought the game was going to develop along normal means. And, well, Wesley So felt that this was a desperate position for him, and desperate positions require desperate measures. And he just struck out by pushing the F-pawn. Sorry, I got a bit carried away with the emotion. It was such a surprising move. You don't play like this, do you? Not.
Nope. Especially when Black's pieces aren't ready. He's striking out in the centre. He's trying to be ambitious and aggressive. But look at the Black Queen, look at the Black Rook in the left corner, not participating. And we see a trade of pawns there. Things have opened up, but this surely is going to favour White. White's pieces, especially the White Queen, is primed and poised to strike. So, yeah, very, very surprising play by Wesley. So Magnus not flinching, not reacting, keeping his poker face. And now I expect to see him maybe centralise one of the two white rooks.
Right, I totally agree with you. I was thinking if the white rook could just move to the light square, to the D line, or maybe the E line as well, you know, then White has complete control, and there's an unpleasant... OK, so the rook does move to the D1 square, and now the rook is eyeing up the Black Queen, and White is one move away from getting a devastating position. If the White Knight moves, just steps forward, then suddenly it's going to be a lot of unpleasantries along the centre.
Yeah. Wesley was the one to choose exploding things open. Now look at the two central lines. They're completely open. No pawns there remaining, and White's Queen fantastically placed. White's Rook as well, now also ready for the action. And, OK, a trade of bishops. I'm surprised Magnus Carlsen went for that so quickly. I thought maybe he had another option as well, but, OK, now Wesley So has to decide to recapture with the Black Queen, getting out of the eye line of White's Rook in the middle there, or to recapture with his Knight and allow a potential discovered attack against the Black Queen. OK, Wesley, I think he'll take with his own Queen. He's not necessarily blundered, he's not necessarily made a mistake, Wesley So, but he's played very creatively and very provocatively. That's why we're so surprised here in the studio. But Magnus Carlsen, will he find a way to punish Wesley So for playing such brave, kind of reckless chess? I think now at this point, but neither player really fearing too much. They just want to, again, entertain everyone and create these really, really unique positions.
Is 1b3 a very, online opening, or would you see it in over-the-board chess as well?
You see it over the board. It's normally by players who maybe don't want to invest too much time studying between tournaments, or maybe players who are part-time amateurs who have a full-time job. They don't have time to study openings too much because you don't have to memorize too much. It's all about ideas. But also, you often see it when you have a higher-rated player with White against a lower-rated player, because they're scared if they go into the mainline type of openings, then it might just lead to a forced draw. So it keeps a lot of tension in the game.
Yeah, and I also want to say, usually only played by cowboys. Sorry, that's just my joke. Because the people who play B3 call themselves cowboys.
So B3 cowboys.
Exactly. And it's like you develop a passion for the opening, and then when you have a passion, and there often is a community around it, and you kind of share ideas, and there's a real sense of spirit there. So, I mean, a lot of grandmasters, I'll say, have been seduced by this positive energy around such an opening move.
Yeah, it's nice to keep things fresh as well, just to experiment a bit. Sometimes I've been in periods in my career where I just get bogged down in studying the same opening over and over and over again, and there's nothing more refreshing than trying a new line.
Yeah.
So, OK, we see a quick flurry of moves. Black did recapture the White Bishop. White's Knight sprung out, and Black's Rook, gaining a bit of time against the White Queen, has now centralised itself and protected the Black Knight.
Yeah. And Magnus moving forward with his rook to the 6th row, attacking the queen. So the black queen must step away. And whilst Wesley is considering where to put his queen, I have a question from Omkar Dabka, who says, great commentary, guys. It's always a pleasure to listen to us. But do you think Jan has an advantage now for the finals next month, that he has seen more of Magnus's games or preparations?
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually. The two players, they've taken completely opposite approaches to the World Championship match. Yeah. Magnus has been super busy. He's been playing the World Cup. He's playing these tour events. He's been travelling. He played Norway chess. He travelled to Macedonia recently. And he even went to Dubai in the middle there. But Nepomniachtchi, apart from Norway chess, he's been pretty much silent ever since the candidates tournament in April. He's just gone deep into training mode. So, yes, he has more information about Carlsen, but Carlsen is going to be more match fit. He's going to be ready. He's going to be in the zone already. And, it's
maybe Magnus has just kept him too busy with analysing all the games Magnus is constantly playing. It's just have no time to play himself.
Dozens of new games a day for Nepomniachtchi to study.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to when the players reveal who their seconds are. Because like quite part of the fun is kind of second guessing. Okay, so rooks have lined up and there's now acute pressure on the knight. It's like, you know, when you see the seconds, you can kind of guess what kind of openings they have prepared, you know, what kind of style of chess that they'll be employing. And
you learn so much about what they've been doing, just knowing the personality of the coach, knowing the kind of favourite openings of the coaches. Yeah. Definitely some intrigue will revolve around the coaching teams up until the World Championship, and often the players don't even reveal who's been helping them until the last day, until it's all over. So, OK, Magnus Carlsen, he's creating threats in this game. He's got a 3-minute time advantage as well. But Wesley fighting the pressure by offering a trade of knights. And there we go. The white rook goes back to attack the black queen. The white rook's been here before, but previously the black queen was able to run away safely. Now it's less easy to do so. The black queen has to either step back or the black rook can block this attack. But I think the black rook blocking here would be a big, big mistake for Wesley. So what can he play here? Does he have to retreat that queen? Does he have to run away? It looks like that to me. Magnus definitely setting some traps for Wesley so to avoid. And there we go. Actually, Stockfish, the computer, confirms black's only move to survive here is to retreat the black queen 1 square, to step her up closer to the black king, closer to the black rooks. Any other move would lose instantly. And there we go. Of course, Wesley so finds it, but it did take him a bit of time. Now Magnus has a 4-minute time advantage. And also a nice position on the board. Stockfish thinking that white has a decent-sized advantage if he simply trades knights. And that's maybe the most natural move.
It's on the board. And now it's a kind of a question of how to improve the position. Step forward with the rook to attack the queen to the 7th row. That's one move that I can see. Yeah,
and that's one of the computer's top 3 suggestions. We do see Stockfish's moves again there. The other moves did involve maybe just bringing back the white bishop. White's bishop is stuck behind some pawns. You don't necessarily want to push your own white pawns in front of the white king because you might loosen squares, you might weaken yourself in the process. So white's bishop can actually step back towards the f1 square and then relocate. OK, I was saying Magnus didn't want to push pawns, but there we go. Ambitiously attacking the black rook. Magnus now, is he about to grab a pawn with the white queen under fire? OK, surprising from Magnus Carlsen. This move might well be good, but it's also more risky. So Magnus, he doesn't worry about loosening his king position.
It also sacrifices a pawn.
White's queen
can just
taking a pawn.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
OK, so Wesley sacrificing a pawn.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So Magnus, his plan is to win a pawn. And White's queen can bring herself up.
Yeah, and also, hang on a second, just looked at, is there the possibility of actually just ignoring it and just going bishop to the middle of the board?
Yeah, Magnus has definitely got that on his mind. OK, what's he going to click on? White can temporarily sacrifice his queen, and we've seen it from Magnus a few times now. We saw it against Radjabov a couple of days ago. We saw it against Giri the day before that as well. He sacrificed his queen in 3 games, I think. Will he do that again? So, Jovanka, you mentioned ignoring the attack against the white queen and counter-attacking against the black queen.
Yeah, that's one. And that's my personal favourite, is actually just to grab the pawn.
Yeah, so White's queen can also just get greedy, run away from the attack and grab a pawn in the process. And now Magnus, he's not... Well, this isn't the type of position you can rely on your instincts. He's not clicking on anything yet. You see on his screen there, on the Chess24 play zone, that the last move, the dark squared highlighted squares, are just black's last move. White's queen will most likely run away, or he might move his bishop. Key moment for Magnus Carlsen. I think if he moves his bishop, the game might well just fizzle out towards a draw. I think there'll be a lot of trades, a lot of exchanges. If he wants to win the game, Magnus, he must move his queen.
And I have a question from Alessio, who asks us, what's the best comeback that you didn't expect from a player?
Oof, comeback on the board.
Yes.
OK, Magnus does take a pawn meanwhile, and black pushes to attack the white queen to kick it away to a worse square. The comeback on the board. Ooh, that's a very good question.
I think for me it was Lavonoronian.
Coming back against Magnus.
Coming back against Magnus, you know, in the semi-finals of the Gold Money Asian Rapid. I mean, that was...
I think so. He lost the first match, and I think even he lost the first game on day 2. Could that be right?
I think so.
He made a comeback to take it to tie breaks.
Yes. Yeah, then he won convincingly in the tie breaks.
Yeah, I think he won 4 games in a row. He won the 2 last Rapid games, and then he won the 2 tie-break games as well. And you never see Magnus Carlsen lose more than 1 or 2 games in a row usually. But Lavonoronian won 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah, for me, maybe it was Magnus's comeback against Wesley So in the FTX Crypto Cup, where actually throughout the whole tournament, Magnus was struggling for form, barely qualified out of the qualification stage, out of the group. And eventually he did make it. He was behind in most of his matches, but he did eventually win the tournament.
Yeah, I remember that Magnus was really emotional. OK, the queen does step back. He was really emotional about the whole thing. And he said, guys, I had to win 8 times on demand. OK, we see the rook capture the bishop, and we see now a trade. So, OK, Wesley is a pawn down, but as compensation, White's king, a little bit airy, not too many pawn defenders. And this just means that Magnus now has to tread with caution. Perhaps he is looking at exchanging a set of pieces just to consolidate his advantage.
Yep, I think if Magnus could trade queens here, he should be winning. If Magnus can trade rooks here, he should be winning. But it's not easy to do either of those. OK, Magnus does start with the offer of a rook trade, but this comes with some danger because the white king is on an open, vulnerable diagonal. There we go. The black queen checks that white king. The white king is going to have to try and run away to safety. Which direction will it go in? Will it step to the side, maybe protecting its rook, or will he hide the white king on the right side, on the corner of the board? It's not easy now for the world champion to find a safe haven for that white king. Personally, I would try and hide on the edge of the board, although that is super scary as well. Yeah. The white king might regret being that brave.
Yeah, somehow I agree with you there. I mean, it's tempting to hide the king in the corner, but somehow the black queen can mobilise herself to very active squares. OK, well, we have an answer. Magnus just simply walks the king to the bottom row.
Yeah, so stepping back, there's no real checks that black can go for now, unless he just trades rooks, which we know he really isn't that keen to do. A queen endgame might allow black some drawing chances with a series of checks, but eventually white's extra pawn might make itself felt. And yeah, Wesley So needs to decide. Would you keep the rooks on? He does. You like this decision?
Yeah, I like this decision because, I mean, white's weakness is this king's safety. And in order to attack it, in order to attack the white king, you need to keep all the pieces on the board. And, well, Magnus starts calmly advancing his pawns on the left, up the board.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. In a queen endgame, it's all about pawns, it's all about racing pawns. And Magnus Carlsen, he's just getting ready long term, just to push his pawns forward. That's the side he has the advantage. White has 3 versus 2 on that left half of the board. And he's hoping that later on, if the rooks come off, then his head start with his pawns will be a key factor. And there we go, Wesley So blocking the advance of white's pawns. Also a very, very sensible, logical move. Now it's harder for Magnus to make use of his 3 versus 2 advantage. So now Carlsen, he needs to keep the white king safe. Still very loose, very airy, as Jovanka said. And okay, he thinks he's solving those problems by bringing the king closer towards the centre.
Oh, the irony here. I mean, now that... I must admit, I don't think that idea would ever have dawned on me. But now it's on the board. Kind of like it. Yeah,
it's very logical. It's in an endgame. A king needs to be towards the middle of the board. If the queens ever disappear now, then white's king is far better than black's. And look at this, Magnus Carlsen, he's got that in his mind. He wants to trade queens. He knows that that would guide him towards the win. Also, it would make the white king feel much, much safer. So Wesley cannot dream of trading queens. Also, Magnus has an idea in mind. If the black queen comes down to the second rank to check the white king, white will simply block with his rook. And queens are great in the middle of the board. The white queen will actually protect a lot of squares. And wow, Wesley so forced to step back. That is not a positive sign for the American.
No, it certainly isn't. And there you can see Magnus calmly reinforcing his king safety. But the big issue is still, white does have an extra pawn on the left side of the board. Will he be able to utilise that? And in the meanwhile, Wesley has attacked a pawn with his queen, but Magnus sidesteps the threat.
Wow, and a really sneaky tactic there from Wesley. So that did cause Magnus to raise his eyebrows. The black rook sacrificed itself, but if white's queen was distracted, if it was deflected away and captured that black rook, then the white rook would have fallen prey to the black queen. So white's queen has to actually keep her own rook nice and safe. Magnus there forced to retreat from the centre where he wanted to be, but it was just a one-move trap from Wesley So, and the world champion didn't fall for it.
Wow. I didn't expect this move, actually, because we're kind of taught when we're younger, don't push pawns where you're weakest. And on the left side of the board, Wesley is lacking a pawn. So I'm really confused as to why he pushed a pawn and just allowed Magnus to make a very easy pass pawn.
Trade. Yeah, as you mentioned, the pass pawn, that is the white pawn on the C line. That has no more rival. It will start to sprint up the board later on in an endgame. First, Magnus just exchanging queens. So also black has an isolated pawn on that left side. So strategically, definitely not desirable from Wesley. So I think he's feeling the pressure, Wesley. I think he just wants to get this game over with and survive it if possible. But sometimes the best form of defence is actually just patience, just digging deep, just keeping the status quo. And it would have been incredibly difficult for Magnus to create a passed pawn. Wesley has definitely helped him with the last couple of moves. And again, running away from the trade, which would have led to a hopeless endgame for black. If the queens had come off, white's king is just too active compared to the black king.
Yes, and there you can see Magnus enjoying his position and enjoying the atmosphere in the Oslo arena. And for our quiz of the day, we're asking you to send us your comments, your memories, priceless moments, or your questions. And this is in partnership with our friends at MasterCard. And Adia G says, do you remember what was your first impression of chess when you played your first game? So, David, what did you think of the game?
I fell in love with the winning more than the chess itself. I remember I played my dad and I'm not sure whether he let me win or whether I did beat him kind of fair and square. Either way, I fell in love with the winning. I thought, oh, wow, I can beat adults.
Wow.
I have something that I'm not bad at, so
it's a lot of the sports kind of aspect to it as well for you, the winning, the competition kind of thing.
Definitely. I mean, the older I get, the more I see the artistic beauty in chess, the pretty patterns, and maybe the creativity. But when I was young, it was all about the winning.
Yeah. I can totally relate to that because I remember the first time my father taught me the move. So Magnus does have a passed pawn and the queen is defending it. When my father first taught me the game, I was like, oh my God, this game is so boring. And then he taught me a few patterns here and there. And then I became addicted to the winning and I just love that. And I had chess figured out. Unfortunately, that only lasted maybe 2 years. And then I had to get better.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We all fall in love with the winning at first, but it's also just bringing people together. It's also that community spirit. And OK, meanwhile, in this game, we have seen a trade of rooks. That's been a big, big development. Usually, we would say that's in Magnus Carlsen's favour, a trade of rooks, because now it's a pure queen endgame and he has an extra pawn. Also, white has 2 passed pawns, not just one. White has a pawn on the E line and on the C line that both could run forward. But the kings are both open. And while the white king is open, it's going to be incredibly difficult to kind of push this advantage and turn it into the full point. White's king is going to be a constant target for checks from the black queen, especially look out for diagonal checks later on. That's the key in queen endgames. But now Magnus, can he push his pawns? The black king also is going to race over towards the centre to stop white's pawn in the middle there. So, yeah, right now, queen endgames. They're the most difficult to evaluate in chess. They're the most difficult to kind of navigate. One wrong slip, if you put your queen on the wrong square or if you put your king on the wrong square, it's just game over. Either way, Wesley, so he's banking on the fact that Magnus might get lost in this maze of complications later. Wow. We say Magnus is one of the best endgame players in the world, but this is a difficult one. It looks like he's getting ready to push a pawn, however. Is he going to push a pawn forward? He moved his mouse forward there. He's just retreated it and clicked away. So just, again, not trusting his first instincts, Magnus. That's been a trend over the last 2 days where he struggled, and he's still taking a bit of time on this next move. Does he push a pawn, or does he relocate the king? It's a difficult decision for white.
And Levon Aronian has won game 1 today against Shakhriyar Mamdyarov, a draw between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Timur Radjabov. But 3 matches, game 1 still going on, and it's looking good for Hikaru Nakamura against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, sitting behind Magnus there. Anish Giri and Artemiev the bar, I think, very much in the middle between those two. But in this one, the bar is slightly over to Magnus' side, but it's something about his face that is, not too happy, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's pure focus. Maybe just after the last 2 days, he's realised, OK, you need to dig deep in order to beat these top guys. They're world-class for a reason, and he knows that despite being a pawn up, it's still extremely difficult. So he did indeed push a pawn as white. We know that Magnus loves to push his corner pawns there on the A and the H files. He loves to push those pawns forward just, again, to create space, to kind of clamp down on his opponent's pawns and for a pawn race in an endgame.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Black's king heading towards the white central pawn.
Key kind of idea here. And incidentally, Magnus hasn't actually won a game since he was declared the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. So that has to be frustrating, especially for someone as competitive as the world champion.
Yeah, that's a long streak, if you think about it. Very rarely has Magnus Carlsen in his career gone that many games without winning. So there we go. Meanwhile, Wesley So has blockaded white's central pawn, and Magnus, he's done to push forward. And I think the reason, actually, it's a very deep reason, but the reason Magnus did push his H-pawn forward earlier as white is because now, if black gives a check with his queen on the diagonal, white is actually getting ready to block with his own queen. And if we end up with the queens disappearing, even if Wesley wins a pawn back in the process, I think all king and pawn endgames are going to be winning for white because of the pawn structure on the right-hand side of the board. Black's pawns can never, ever step forward. So Magnus, definitely, he's looking 10, 20 moves into the future, and he's thinking, OK, now I have the opportunity to trade queens. Black can never, ever allow that. And when you have that type of idea in your mind, you will be able to bully your opponent, often with that trade. And, OK, Magnus there, either talking to himself to inspire him or maybe singing along with the song. OK, Wesley is the one thinking this time. And it's not easy. How does black improve his position if he doesn't give checks? The black queen can dive maybe into the white half of the board, deep down into that bottom right corner. That's very, very tempting. Maybe it doesn't threaten anything, however.
But it does kind of restrain the white queen. So that could be like a good option, because at the minute, I mean, if white is left unchallenged, white will just simply step the queen up one square and then, almost like a horse, move it to the d4 square in the middle of the board, and suddenly the position will be maximized. Yeah. And maybe even she will threaten to swap off queens. So black has to do something aggressive, like you say. And I like the move you suggested. Yeah,
so we're thinking the black's queen should actually get ambitious and maybe jump into the corner here and start harassing the white king from the side, for example, or from behind. If the white king ever steps forward up the board, then it will have to face some annoying checks. And this looks very, very tempting for black. We should meanwhile talk about white's plan. If black just waits and sits still, white can bully black with the threat of a queen trade. So, for example, if black takes here, it will end up in the same. Let's just show this, though, if white goes in a different fashion. And here, white is actually completely winning because white will force a queen trade next with a check. And let's just show why this is winning. If the pawns disappear, it's actually level number of pawns, but white has a strong advanced pass pawn here that's protected, and black's pawns, meanwhile, on the other side, are easy targets. White's king is just going to advance, and while the black king is distracted, white will pick up all the pawns. This is why this pawn is so key. It stops the advance of black's pawns on this side. And meanwhile, if we go back to the game, Wesley, he knows he can't trade down to a pawn endgame. He's keeping the queens on, but he's done that by trading a set of pawns on this left side. And now Magnus has centralized his queen. This white queen is going to come up with a check, or maybe even to this square. How is black going to face this? suddenly it looks almost terminal for Wesley So, because if he takes this white pawn in the centre of the board, we'll see a check. The black king will have to step back. We'll see another check. The black king has to step back again. If it goes to the right, it would have been checkmated. And now Magnus Carlsen, for example, can pick off some pawns, maybe with some checks. He can even come across with a check and start going for some of the black pawns. Either way, this looks really, really scary now for Wesley So. And remember, white still has this... Whoops, not that one. White still has this pawn running up the board.
David.
And we're going to see this, actually.
Wow.
You've predicted the future. And
Okay, we've got this position on the board. I was just showing an example, but Magnus actually went for it. And it's all about this white pawn. It's going to creep up the board. And note how Wesley So, this black king, wherever it goes, comes with consequences. If it steps back, then this pawn drops with a check. If it steps to the side, then this pawn falls with a check. It's all about checks. That's why Wesley has to put his king towards the corner. But look at this, again, a check. And
but he put his king right in the eye line of that capture, and suddenly Magnus just won a pawn with check.
This pawn was dropping anyway. If it went to the corner, then there would have been a check, and this pawn would have dropped. So right now, Magnus is a whole pawn up for free, and it's an important pawn. It's this pawn, and it's a clear runner. So if we jump into the current position, I think Magnus, he's going to try and find a square where his queen will defend all the pawns. There we go. He gives another check, and then he'll start running with this. And he's going to hope he can hide the white king maybe behind his own pawns in the corner, away from the black queen's checks.
Wow, so it's looking really good for Magnus right now, if I understand you guys correctly.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
Real chances of winning. And by real, I mean like probably 80%, I would say.
Yeah, and just the lines I was showing there, you can stumble across them in Queen Endgames. Anyone can stumble across these lines and work them out by looking at direct checks, especially in Queen Endgames, but in chess in general, just always look for the checks first, because they narrow your opponent's options. If your opponent only has one forced reply on every turn, it means you can look deeper into the future, and it's easier to calculate long variations if all of your opponent's moves are forced. And that's what happened there. Magnus saw a forcing line. It was 6 or 7 moves deep, maybe, but every single one of Black's moves was pretty much obligatory. So, yeah, right now, Magnus advancing with the white king. He can hide in 2 different ways. Either the white king can hide amongst its pawns on the right side of the board, or maybe he can make a run for it and hide up towards the centre, up towards the left, because then any checks from the black queen might be blocked by the white queen. So 2 potential hiding places for the white king. That's the key. And, OK, the checks begin. They're going to go on for a long, long time, these checks.
Is that Wesley's only hope, to keep checking Magnus?
Yeah. He's got to slow white down, otherwise white just pushes his extra pawn on the left side.
Yeah, and that's the only thing that Magnus must always calculate. He must always plan for a safe home for his king to hide. Otherwise, Wesley would just use the queen and just check the king until the end of time, and you don't want that, so...
Yeah, and look how nicely placed the white queen is as well. She's in the centre of the board. She controls any square that the black queen wants to use to give a check. So this is, again, Queen Endgame 101. It's just put your queen in the middle of the board, keep your king safe, and the rest will work itself out.
Yeah, we make it sound very easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, trust me. I've lost so many Queen Endgames in my career. But for Magnus Carlsen, he makes it look easy, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's why he's a bit like Bobby Fischer in the past. Even against the world-class players, even against his biggest rivals, he makes things look very, very simple.
And there we see Wesley improving his queen position, trying to get the queen ready to give some checks along the diagonal. And it's Magnus who delivers the first check. And Magnus is doing everything you say, putting the queen in the centre, hiding the king.
Yeah, I must say I've never seen anyone as good in Queen Endgames as Magnus Carlsen. I remember watching a game from the World Blitz Championship a few years ago. He was in a hopeless Queen Endgame, but he set up a cunning trap of stalemate. He put his own king in the corner, then he sacrificed his queen at the right moment, forced his opponent to stalemate him. So he's resourceful, but he also knows exactly when to put his queen in the middle of the board.
We saw this amazing queen ending with Duda, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and
double
2
queen
pawns.
endgame?
Yeah, double queen ending.
Was that Vidit against someone?
Yeah, it was. I just remember there was a very impressive. Okay,
actually, it looks like Wesley So's gone. We don't have an official result, but it does look like he just resigned. White's queen was about to gobble up a second pawn wherever the black king goes, Magnus Carlsen, he does take the win. Again, endgame expertise from Carlsen.
Wow, that happened sudden. Are you a little bit surprised Wesley resigned that quickly?
Yeah, I think he just blundered. He put his king on the wrong squares, black, and it made it very simple for Magnus. But yeah, very premature resignation from Wesley. He should at least battle on. Any queen endgame, you have some small chances.
But what a start to the final day in the tour for the winner, Magnus Carlsen, gaining a point here in his match against Wesley. So up by 1 point in his fight to finish off the tour in fantastic fashion. A win in the first game. Let's take a look at it, David.
Yeah, and I just want to show the final position, actually, just because it is so instructive. And right now, just to explain why Wesley so resigned. Here, the black king is under check. It's attacked by the white queen. It should actually just hide, maybe drop back, maybe drop to the side of the board. But instead, he marched forward, and this was a terminal square. This allowed white to give another check. Always look out for all of your opponent's checks. And now, no matter where the black king goes, either this square or back does end up with a check. And it's a check while white takes a pawn. This would be a second pawn win for white. Soon this pawn will drop off as well. That is why Wesley so resigned. But I just want to say as well, even if he'd found the best square for his king, even if he'd kept his king nice and safe, now white could, for example, step forward with his pawn and look how the white queen keeps the white king safe. Always centralize your queen, because right now black has no checks. Black's queen is just offside, not doing anything. And this is how to win queen endgames.
Can Wesley So make a comeback with the white pieces? Game 2 between these two are coming up in 15 minutes. There's been a vote going on championsjeststore.com where you can vote for your favorite moment from the tour, and today we will announce the winner videos, and we'll start with the one in 4th place. It is one of my favorite moments from the tour, when I won a bet against David and Jovanka, and they were great sports and dressed up as Tinky Winky and a penguin in the last game of today. And David and Jovanka.
This is the highlight of my career, for sure. This is what I always dreamed of when I first took up chess.
It's like the next big thing, Kaja. We're cool.
I mean, I can't even move the mouse anymore.
All right, and the last game has started. So you guys looking great, and go ahead and commentate. What's happening?
Okay, let's make a quick draw, guys, so that we can get out of these outfits. Okay, we do see the king's pawn opening. White plays the Italian game.
Oh, what is it like to see that again, you guys?
Nostalgic. Bring back the costume.
I've seen David there with his
with the hands,
with the gloved hands, and saying, "I can't even move the mouse," and it just brought back up. It was a great moment, Kaja. Yeah, even though it was a bit mean of you.
It was a little bit mean, but remember, if I would have lost the bet, and I understand that was, because it was Magnus Carlsen against Gawain Jones, the world champion, but I would have had to sit here alone in the Tinky Winky costume, so that would have been worse.
We'll get you back next season, Kaja.
I have a feeling you will. All right, that was one of the fun moments. We have number 1, 2, and 3 on the list coming up for you later in the show. But now we're going to talk a little bit about the World Chess Championship match coming up in a little over a month. Now, Jan-Krzysztof, he was qualified to play here in the Tour finals. He didn't want to play because he has shifted his focus completely now to the World Chess Championship. And we did meet him after he finished Norway Chess about 2 weeks ago.
Jan-Krzysztof is walking into probably his last over-the-board tournament before the World Championship match.
Very likely, because there is not such a big choice of other tournaments, and some of them are, basically not interesting enough.
He played 2 matches against world champion Magnus Carlsen in Norway Chess. Both ended in draw, but Nepomniachtchi lost in Armageddon.
2 relatively quick draws, but I guess games were more or less fine, but I don't think it really matters.
What matters now is the World Championship, but he does not want to talk about his preparations.
Did you get some answers today?
Well, even if I get them, even if I got some answers, I would never tell about it.
Have you gathered a team?
well, I believe this is sort of a secret. So,
what's the plan now for you leading up to the World Championship match?
Well, I just continue my preparation. So the plan is simple, and then I play the match.
You were in New York in 2016, and some people were saying maybe you were working with Karakin somehow. But will you be talking to him before the match to get some advice?
Well, why not? I think if it would be useful, then okay, of course I will talk to him. But actually, I just was in New York as a guest, so just was very interesting, to basically to hang around here to feel the atmosphere of the match. And of course, it's a very special chess event here. It's you can't attend it every day.
Magnus Carlsen has held the throne for 8 years.
How are you feeling about the match?
Of course, I'm excited, and I'm really looking forward. And it's really challenging.
How will you beat Magnus in the match?
Just wait for a couple of months.
Jan Pomniachtchi, he did lose his matches to Magnus Carlsen in Norway Chess in Armageddon. And during this tournament, David, do you think he's really been paying attention to the world champion?
For sure. I wonder if he's been watching us. That's the question. But yeah, Jan Pomniachtchi, he would have been studying every single game that Magnus Carlsen has played during this event. Mostly the opening, but also maybe trying to figure out some weaknesses in Magnus's middle game, maybe some end games. He will have paid special attention to the games yesterday and the day before that where Magnus lost. He'll be trying to take some tips from Radjabov and Aronian to see how they outmaneuvered the world champion.
It is starting in 1.5 months. We will have the studio to go through, taking you through the whole World Championship match here. But Jovanka, what is your feeling right now? Magnus against Jan Pomniachtchi. I mean, how will that battle be like?
I think it will be incredibly evenly matched. I mean, both these players are fantastic, and there's also the fact that they would have been working so hard on their chess with their team of seconds, and they will be gauging each other's weaknesses and strengths and their styles. And when there's so much focus on just one player against another player, then I think these matches tend to be very, very close. And traditionally, we've seen from the last few World Championship matches that Magnus has played that it's had to go to tie-break for the winner to be decided.
And when it comes to Magnus, David, how far has he come in his preparations? I mean, he's done this many times before, of course, but will he start now or has he already started?
I think he started in a way. I think for sure he'll be talking to his coaches on a day-to-day basis. He'll be on the calls to them. But I think the preparation will begin as soon as this event is over. I think for that next month and a half that you mentioned, he's going to be locked down in training mode, playing practice games, studying with computers, and also getting fit. That is another key to these matches.
And we're going to keep talking about the World Chess Championship match here in the show today. Looking forward to it. Still 3 games to go in all of the matches. If it's tied after that, then we will head to tie breaks on this final day in the finals. And after the next game, we will take a look at a video with Magnus Carlsen talking about the World Championship bubble. And now we're going to talk about a world record. David, a few months ago, did a world record attempt for setting up the board. And, well, let's take a look at how he did.
Oh, God. OK. This is going to be such a big failure.
So I'm going to be attempting the setting up the board challenge. The world record is 31.55 seconds. There are a few rules as well. I have to have one hand behind my back, and there's going to be a bowl of pieces, and it has to be 30 centimeters away from the board. It's not going to be easy, but I'm going to try and beat the world record.
Ready, set, go!
Can I start again? I'm so nervous.
Ready, set, go!
I'm so annoyed. I'm so like, oh god. At some point, I felt I was getting in a rhythm, and then I dropped in pieces, and I was like, oh damn it. 38 seconds. I tried my best, but not good enough. How can you do at home?
Yeah, go ahead, you guys. Try this at home as well, and send us pictures if you're able to beat David. 38 seconds. Have you been practicing ever since?
Not yet, but I would love another go. Maybe next season again.
Yeah.
I'll be giving that a few goes. Yeah.
What about you, Jovanka? Do you have a time in this? Have you tried?
No. You never know. Might be beginner's luck. I might beat that time, but I don't know. Not sure.
It's all about
I get
strategy,
nervous
right?
as well, and I think that 38 seconds is pretty impressive.
Yeah. We'll have a challenge next season. And actually, let's have a challenge right now because Rune out in the lounge. Maybe you can try this, Rune.
So, today is the big day. I don't mean because it's the finals of the tour. Nah, that's just like the major thing going on. No, what's really going on is I'm here with Charles. Say hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, if you don't remember, he's the guy who brewed the special tea that made Geary just crush his opponent. And he's also the guy with the timer. Can you show them? Yep, because I'm going to do a world record attempt. I will see if I can set up this board faster than 30 seconds. The rule is you have to have the pieces in a ball over here. Have to be 30 centimeters, something like this, whatever, away. And I can only use one hand. Actually, I'm supposed to have the other hand behind my back, but I needed to hold this, so it's probably not official world's record attempt if I manage to break it. All right, so I think we need to beat 30 seconds. Let's see how we do.
Right. 3, 2, 1, start.
All right, okay, so I think the whole trick here is to put at least an average of more than one piece for every hand movement and not throw stuff away randomly, because that's not a good idea. Also,
20 seconds.
Oh, no, don't stress me out, man. How am I doing? Oh my god.
2, 1.
No! And there I am. Oh, how did I do?
34.
Can you show them?
34.53 seconds.
All right. So that's not bad, but it's not the world record.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see if we can get some more people to participate. Maybe you can participate at home as well. Back to the studio.
Definitely participate at home and send us pictures and the time that you spend. And I think that was quite impressive.
Nice, super impressive, especially while talking, while holding a microphone. He's if he practices Rune, I think he would beat that record.
Yeah, and maybe, Magnus now winning a game, good mood, Anish always in a good mood. Maybe he can get the players to try it out.
Well, we should set that challenge to Rune. Rune, see if you can get the players to do it.
Oh, that would be cool. All right, it's getting close to the next round of games, but do we have some more, what should I call it? Not question of today's, but questions for us from the viewers of the day?
Yeah, we do actually. So to celebrate the very last broadcast of the 2021 tour and also the inaugural season, and in partnership with our friends at MasterCard, we are turning things around. You are asking us for your questions and we're going to try to answer them. And Leslie says, among the games we've seen during the tour, what sacrifice or combo made by the players amazes you the most?
I'm going to have to say one of the checkmating attacks that Dubov had against Magnus Carlsen. I'm not sure which one, though, because there were so many. And, there was one I remember where he did sacrifice and there was a back rank idea, back rank checkmate against Carlsen. So Dubov takes my vote.
Yes, I agree with you. That's the one that comes to mind, where Dubov is like a piece down and he managed to checkmate Magnus in the middle of the board. Love that one.
Yeah.
And Thomas Nguyen Hansen says, what is your chess rating and your ambitions improving your game? And he asked that to you, Kaja.
Yes. So chess rating, I don't know. I've never played an actual tournament game or anything like that. I should maybe start. I've been playing a lot online and enjoying that. I'm not very good still. My ambition is simply to improve. And I'm learning a lot from you guys. Keeping my king safe, having an escape square for my king, a lift around my king, yeah. So I'm learning, and my ambition is basically just to keep having fun with chess. Yes.
I think you'll surprise a few people next year, Kaja. You might even surprise yourself.
Yeah, maybe. And I do love chess.
I have to say, when you look back on yourself and your commentary at the beginning of the tour, I see there's a bit, you're like, oh, no.
Yeah.
This.
I noticed it myself as well.
I've noticed a definite improvement, and I think I'm very proud of you, Kaja.
Thank you. And thank you guys for teaching me so much about chess. All right, more chess coming up, you guys. Let's take a look at the results from the first set of games. Today, it was a win for Hikaru Nakamura against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And a draw between Anish Giri and Vladislav Artemiev in that game 1. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Timur Rajabov, they also played the draw in that first game. But we did have a winner in this one. Levon Aronian winning game 1 with the black pieces against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And of course, Magnus Carlsen playing a very good game against Wesley So to win the first game. Wesley So will have the white pieces in the next one, and he needs a comeback at some point today to take it to tie breaks. Magnus Carlsen ready for game 2, listening to some music and having a good time, I think. How important is that for him today to actually enjoy himself?
That's key for Magnus Carlsen. He said it before in interviews that he plays best when he's relaxed. I think maybe the last 2 days he was too relaxed, having accomplished this huge goal of winning the tour, this fantastic result, but now the world champion. I think he's striking that balance of being focused and relaxed at the same time. That, for any chess player, is definitely the goal.
And definitely the last couple of days we've seen Wesley So a little bit tired, maybe a little bit off focus. It's been a hectic period for him as well. What do we expect with the white pieces from Wesley in this game to sort of, if we can see that he's ready to fight today or if he's still feeling a little off?
Yeah, so traditionally, Magnus takes the first blow, and Wesley immediately counter-strikes.
Right, yeah.
That's the pattern that these two have set throughout the tour. So I'm expecting Wesley just to do what he does best, put the world champion under pressure, maybe even use his chessable course, because that was very effective in the Opera Euro Rapid.
Yeah.
And, well, we'll see.
Yep, Wesley with white is a completely different proposition. Much more dangerous with those white pieces. So Wesley, he'll still be feeling confident that he can make that comeback, that he can strike at some point. Magnus has struggled slightly with black throughout this tour finals, so he will know that there's pressure coming on him, especially if he's trying to hide his real openings for the World Championship match. When you're black, you need to be quite accurate. You need to be always at the top of your game, super careful, super sharp, and Magnus knows he has to strike that difficult balance and hiding his preparation, but also neutralizing Wesley.
All right, it should have started this game, and we are waiting for Wesley to make the first move in this game. He did have some technical issues yesterday, Wesley. Yeah, Wesley was late for a couple of games because of those tech issues, so hopefully those aren't affecting him now. Hopefully it's just that Wesley's getting ready for the game. And there we go. Wesley is about to make the first move. And this must be the first time in the tour we've seen Magnus ready before his opponent. We've seen everything now. Magnus, slight smile on his face as well.
OK, what do you think, David? A king's pawn, queen's pawn?
King's pawn openings have brought Wesley the most success against Magnus. Of course, Wesley can do anything, but there we go. He's back to his old favourite. And Magnus Carlsen playing, what do we call it? The Nimzovich defence, bringing the Black Knight out on the first go. This is so rare that I barely know the name of the opening. And this is something that Magnus Carlsen used yesterday against Levon Aronian. But last time, he pushed the pawn in front of the Black Queen. This time, it's his king's pawn, and we see an early trade. This is very provocative stuff. We do see a trade of pawns very quickly. And look at this, Magnus has developed his queen already on move 4. And this Black Queen is about to get kicked around. She's about to get hit. Definitely, this is one of those cases where I say, don't try it at home, kids, because that Black Queen is breaking all the rules. Queens should not necessarily lead from the front. They need to follow through, and they need to be the backup pieces. The other pieces doing the damage first, and the Black Queen jumping into holes later. But Magnus, he's playing with fire here. We do see White's Knight jumping out there. White's Knight was actually trying to jump into the centre of the board to attack that Black Queen. So Magnus pinned it with his bishop. And will we see some trades? Magnus now trying to complete development because otherwise the black queen is simply out for nothing.
Yep. And it doesn't really look like Wesley has been surprised by the world champion's choice, because yes, he played it yesterday, this opening, this Nimzovich defence, but you wouldn't necessarily expect Magnus to repeat it again.
Yeah, very surprising. It looks like a type of one-off opening that Magnus would choose. Definitely this one won't appear in the World Championship match, but it will give Nepomniachtchi something to study. Maybe Nepomniachtchi will have to spend a few hours, a day or two, studying this type of opening, and Magnus just trying to maybe lead a false trail for that World Championship match. Meanwhile, Black has an issue to deal with. What does Black do about his bishop that has just been attacked by this last pawn move? You can drop back the bishop in a couple of different directions, or you can trade it off for the white knight. I don't think you want to trade off this bishop. It's too important. The dark squares will be one of the battlegrounds later, so the bishop does drop back.
Yeah, and now after that bishop retreat, we are in a totally new position, never been seen before, never been studied. So that's it. The players are now on their own.
Wow, this is the beauty of chess. At all levels, it's move 8 between two of the most experienced grandmasters in the world, but it's a new position. It's fresh territory. And there we go, Magnus just moving, manoeuvring his mouse, just hovering his fingers above the mouse. It looks like maybe he's just made a pre-move as well, just in case the white knight captures the black knight in the middle of the board. But he's getting ready to use that mouse on either side. Depending on what white does, he might have to move the black bishop on the left side of the board. He might have to castle the black king. OK, no pre-moves from Magnus Carlsen. I was wrong there, but either way, he's getting ready for a quick reply. He knows that this is going to be a slight surprise to Wesley, even if Wesley saw this game from Magnus's yesterday. But he will hope to gain a time advantage on the clock at least.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone that we also have an ongoing selfie competition, which will finish today on the very final day of the tour. So we want to see how you are watching the finals, and you can post your selfies with the hashtag #ChessChamps. The funniest chess theme photo will win 1-year subscription of the New in Chess magazine and a signed by the players in the Oslo Arena Meltwater Champions Chess T-shirts.
Yeah, great prizes.
There is great prizes. A lot of competitions ending today. Yeah. I mean, it's a massive giveaway.
We've seen some amazing selfies so far. It's nice to put some names to, some faces to the names that we've got so accustomed to throughout the tour. Thank you so much to everyone for tweeting. And OK, meanwhile, Wesley So has traded knights, and look at this, the black queen sitting in the middle of the board. Oh, wow, I thought she was about to get kicked away. This is the downside of developing your queen too early. The black queen now in the middle could get hit by a white pawn later on. First, however, Wesley So developing the white queen, getting ready to castle the white king over to that left side. White's queen has actually blocked her light-squared bishop, so it makes it much more long-winded for Wesley to try and castle kingside to the right side. There we go. He's castled on the long side, and now that does signal that he wants to attack. Magnus, meanwhile, will he do the same? Will the black king go to the same flank that the white king sits on? It looks that way. Magnus there, moving his bishop, just keeping Wesley guessing. Where will the black king end up? What do you think, Jovanka? I'm not going to bet with you because I know you'll get it right. I'll be wrong either way.
Yeah. I'm kind of upset that my nickname for Jovanka didn't sort of get more attention. The Bet Harmon.
The Bet Harmon.
Yeah. I really like it.
Change your Twitter username.
Yeah, Bet Harmon. Yeah. I'll think about it. But no, I must admit, I must say one thing. I have been a little bit uncanny in my guesses, but I have also predicted their blunders.
You've got the human touch. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of times where I'm like, well, the players have done what I asked for, but I don't like it. so yeah, I mean, it's been good and bad.
And which way then?
Which way?
Black's king. Same side as White's or the opposite side? Magnus there smiling. Maybe he knows he's keeping us guessing, not just Wesley So.
Yeah, I suspect same side.
So the black king, we expect to go off to the left. I'll say the right side just for the sake of it, although I personally would have said the same. Just judging by Black's last move as well, getting the black bishop out of the way, the black light-squared bishop connecting the black rook with the king on that left side. OK, moment of truth. Magnus there, slightly frowning, just tipping his eyes off to the other side. He knows that both king moves are fine, and you're right, Jovanka, again,
yeah,
king.
But you also guessed that one as well. It's only because
it was 50-50.
Yes.
And there we go. Wesley So just develops his bishop. I'm very surprised, I must admit, that Wesley hasn't rushed to gain time against the black queen. White's pawns could step forward, gaining and hitting that black queen any moment that Wesley wants. But he's kept it in his pocket, and he continues to wait and delay that concept, instead bringing his rooks towards the centre. Actually, all of the 4 rooks now are perfectly placed. This is, again, textbook strategy from both players, centralising your pieces, especially those rooks. They are ready now. When the position does explode open in the middle, which it will at some point, the rooks will be primed. And, OK, Magnus, I think the key priority is how to keep that black queen safe. She's very vulnerable to attacks right now. And you definitely have to be careful, just in case the black queen gets trapped in the middle of the board.
Yes.
OK, he pushes a pawn forward.
I have to say, I'm very impressed with how Wesley has been able to get some... Magnus, has been able to get some pieces out from the back rank there, because it looks very blocked.
Yeah, very congested, right? He still struggles for space as well, because if you compare the pawn structure, White has a beautiful pawn in the middle of the board, which blocks the black queen, and Black's pawns are far less advanced. So that's why we talk about less space, when your pawns control more squares than your opponents. And if you have less space, then it means you're going to get a bit clogged up. Your pieces are going to be fighting for squares.
And Magnus taking some time out just to tuck his king into the corner of the board, just make sure that it's ultra safe. And I have to say one thing about Magnus. He's often not that bothered about playing with little space. He's quite excellent, actually, in just biding his time, waiting for his opponent to react. And Wesley has sidestepped with the queen, and just to make sure that the white rook is now in the eye line of the black queen.
Yeah, he's very good at maximising his resources, Magnus Carlsen. And look at this, he's just pushing pawns, he's just waiting. He's going to try and set up a wall of pawns and just try and hope that White can't break through later on. I don't really like it for Black. It does feel a bit passive, but if anyone can get away with it, it is Magnus Carlsen.
That's true. And to celebrate the very last broadcast of the 2021 tour. OK, so we're now the night moves. And also to celebrate the very first season, and in partnership with our friends at MasterCard, we are turning the tables when it comes to the quiz of the day. We are asking you to ask any questions that you might have about the very first season. It could be about memories, priceless moments. And to get those questions answered, remember to use 2 hashtags, priceless and chess champs. And Bishop takes Bishop on the board. And Harry Galsote asks us, what is your most embarrassing moment in chess?
Tinky Winky costume, I don't know.
Ooh, sorry about that.
Getting topless and dipping into the ice, I don't know.
In chess.
In chess. That's a tough one. It was either spilling water all over the chessboard in one of the most important matches of my life, because I was so nervous, I just spilled my water. And also, it was an electronic board, so we had to get that one changed out because it would no longer transmit any moves. It was either that or maybe, when I was on the brink of qualifying for the candidates tournament, playing one of the biggest blunders of my career. That was pretty embarrassing. It had a lot of viewers, and that one I'm still recovering from.
Yeah.
How about you, Jovanka?
Well, my one actually made it to all the magazines as well, because I reached an end game and I was really proud of myself. I'd worked out that once the black rook moves, that I was just enough time to snatch the win. And it was all like fine-tuning and all dependent on black moving the rook. Black moves the king. Oh, no. And I'm like, why did I not think about this? Black is now in time to win. I've just thrown away the game. And so I make a move instantly. And then I start laughing because there's a reason I have calculated the rook moving. And that's because I was attacking the rook. Yeah. And it went in all the magazines. Can you believe this person attacked a rook and didn't capture it? Yeah. I was like, oh no, never live this one down. OK, meanwhile, I think Magnus is working his magic, because in the space of a few moves, his position has clarified a little bit. There's been a few trades. And now Magnus, although he's still lacking in space, has a little bit of pressure in the centre.
Yep, I must admit I'm very surprised by Wesley So's last few moves. This bishop retreat is okay, attacking the black queen, gaining some time there. The black queen is retreating the whole way back to safety. But yeah, the reason I'm surprised by Wesley So's decisions is that he traded a set of dark-squared bishops. And normally when you have more space, when you have the stronger pawn center, as Wesley does now, you don't want to go for any trades. You have to avoid them at all costs. And now, because he's allowed those trades, Magnus feels much happier. Black no longer has too many pieces, so he's no longer cramped. He has plenty of squares to maneuver on. It does feel like Wesley So isn't playing with as much energy as we're used to seeing from him throughout the tour. Normally, if you show one sense of weakness, one sign of weakness to Wesley, he will punish you. He will take charge, he will attack and go on the front foot. This game, Magnus played a bit of a weird opening, kind of provoked Wesley, asked him to come forward, but Wesley has been taking his time, slowly manoeuvring, not quite as forceful as we're used to. And here, despite the fact the white queen is in the middle of the board, I don't think she's doing too much. And it's still going to be incredibly difficult to break through Black's structure. Black's pawns, especially on the dark squares, do prevent White from stepping forward.
Yeah, especially those pawns there on the right wall. I don't like this particular formation because it's a triangle and it doesn't have a natural capability to move forward. But here, it stops White from moving those pawns forward, and that's a good thing.
It's rock solid. Yeah. And Magnus there retreats the black knight. That knight is just going to act as a defender of the black king for the next few moves. Also, just getting out of the way of its rooks. The black rooks need to be unblocked. And Wesley So doing a Magnus Carlsen type of thing there against the world champion himself, pushing pawns on the sides of the board, pushing that A pawn forward, a very Carlsen-esque type of move.
Yeah, I do quite like it. That's what we like to see from Wesley. He's asking Magnus, are you going to allow me to push that pawn even further up the board? Are you going to allow me to solidify my pawn structure there? Maybe even step the king forward eventually and connect the whole board together? And asking Magnus, what's your plan? And Magnus says, I have an answer. I'm just going to continue putting pressure in the centre.
Yeah, so Magnus Carlsen there just lifting one of his rooks up the board, and next he's going to shift his other rook behind it, and he's going to double up his rooks against White's central pawn. So White's pawn on the E line sits on a semi-open file, as we call them, and therefore it is a target. And now White is actually getting ready to do the same. So look how the black rooks have lined up against White's central pawn. Now White's rooks are going to line up and defend their central pawn, most likely. Okay, will we see Wesley So immediately double up his rooks? There we go. They do defend the central pawn nicely. And Black's queen is a bit redundant right now. She needs a job to do. It's not clear where she belongs. Black's knight, likewise, not clear where that belongs. White's position is still slightly more favourable. It's just easier to slowly improve, slowly step forward. But Black is ultra solid. The question is whether Magnus Carlsen just wants to curl up into a ball and just stay solid and not really do too much, or whether he wants to try and strike out. And the black queen does wiggle her way forward, maybe trying to shift over to the right side of the board to harass some pawns.
Yeah, and also, I like that idea, actually. Go to the right side and start attacking pawns. And Wesley is positively encouraging that queen lift.
Yeah, so the black queen under fire. And Magnus there, OK, he moved his mouse. A bit frustrated there. Is his mouse maybe clogged up? Is his mouse maybe a bit stuck? Sometimes that happens, right? OK, Magnus hitting his mouse there, not happy at all. Maybe the tracker for the mouse has gone a bit astray.
Yeah, OK, and we're probably going to see him call the arbiter, because that's one of the worst things on online chess, if your mouse is not working very well.
He gives a thumbs up. His clock is ticking, though, but hopefully there is another mouse around. Okay, looks like the arbiter has another mouse at hand, if needed.
Yep, it looks like the arbiter has a wired mouse. Magnus's mouse right now is wireless, so maybe it just lost connection momentarily, and Magnus was able to make a move. It's good it happened now rather than later in the game when he had less than a minute, for example. It's good for any technical issues to make themselves known as early in the game as possible. And meanwhile, Wesley So actually sacrificing a pawn temporarily by planting his bishop in the middle of the board. So now if Black's queen gets greedy and takes one of the white pawns on the H line, then it might backfire on Black. We would see a trade of bishops and White would open up some lines towards the Black king. OK, so Magnus allows the bishop trade. He actually encourages it. He's asking white to take the bishops off the board, but he's now improved the black knight. And also, if the bishops do depart from the board, the black queen will have full control over the 5th rank. So the black queen can maybe shift her focus over to the other side of the board and act as a defender. Okay, provocative.
Totally provocative, especially because the black queen can get locked out. And I can see a scenario where, okay, pawn pushes forward. I wasn't sure about that one, actually. I thought you had to be very accurate with a move order. Maybe go bishop takes bishop first and then try to lock out the black queen along the 5th row.
Yeah, so right now, key moment for Magnus Carlsen. His knight was under fire. He trades off. And now the rooks are all looking at each other. Will we see another set of trades here? Another set of trades of rooks? Actually, can black get greedy here and take a pawn, Jovanka, with the black queen?
Yes.
Okay, maybe black can sacrifice a piece. I think if Magnus wants to play safe, he can trade off a set of rooks in the middle here and then retreat the black queen and offer a queen trade and just try to eliminate every single piece from the board. But just by the fact that the evaluation bar has gone slightly over to black's side, maybe there's something more ambitious for black rather than playing for a draw.
So is your plan just to grab the pawn?
Yeah.
And once white plays pawn takes bishop, you're actually going to be sneaky and give a check.
Yeah.
And it looks like white has everything under control, you know, just drop the knight back. Everything is covered.
Okay, he doesn't go for this. This might well have been working for black because, as you mentioned, this is a check and hitting the rook at the same time. And if white drops the knight back, now black takes the rooks off the board and the white queen is deflected away from the protection of her knight. And actually, in this process, black would win a pawn. Maybe even win 2 pawns after the king moves, because now black can either take this guy or first give a check. But Magnus didn't want to take that risk. Maybe a small opportunity for him, but instead of taking this pawn, which was maybe up for grabs, he does just step back with the black bishop. And now we've seen Wesley afraid of this pawn disappearing from the board. He's pushed it up 2 squares. And now the black queen is a bit stuck. She needs to relocate herself. I'm expecting at some point in the near future, Magnus Carlsen to trade off this set of rooks and then drop the black queen back, again, offering a trade. And if the queens do disappear as well, I do think that the black bishop will be able to plug all of the light squared holes while the black pawns control all of the dark squares. So this one, okay, actually Magnus goes for this immediately. He doesn't even hesitate. And if we do reach this endgame, white is the only one who can win because it's so blocked, and the knight can maneuver around to the right, to the left. But black, I think, will easily be able to hold with a fortress.
Yes, I agree there. Not so many chances to win. I mean, the position is very, very blocked, and the bishop will manage to control all of the entry squares that the knight has. Having said that, I would probably keep the queens on the board. Queen and knight works better than a queen and bishop. Just on that basis, I would avoid the trade.
So no trade, just run away, maybe step back.
Yep.
And yes, the black queen has access to this open line, but look how she can't actually enter white's half of the board. This square is protected by the white knight, this square by the white queen, this one by both the white pieces, and this one by the white queen. So black's queen looks nicely placed, but it's just kind of fake activity. It's
fake news.
Fake news, yeah. The black queen is not as active as she looks. And later on, the white queen and knight maybe will be a better combo than black's queen and bishop.
Yes, and okay, interesting decision for Wesley so to take.
We do see their endgame stats. If this goes into the endgame, will Wesley be a favourite?
Maybe, maybe a slight favourite. Okay, he does head into the endgame. The queens are off the board now.
What a timing.
What timing, exactly. And there we see the endgame stats. 70% of endgames, Wesley so wins them throughout the tour. Magnus still with great endgame numbers. We know he is the endgame maestro, but slightly lower. So right now, because it is quite balanced, it's yet to be seen who will benefit here. Maybe Wesley will try and outmaneuver black because he has more space. White's pawns are further advanced and he has the more versatile knight. Bishops normally are quite good with pawns on both sides of the board, but here black's bishop is a bit blocked. Okay, so Magnus challenges for space. He tries to eliminate white's central pawn. He offers a trade, also clearing a path for the black king towards the centre.
And it's Wesley so to turn to make a decision. And whilst Wesley is pondering over what to do, we are asking you for our quiz of the day to ask us here in the studio questions. It can be your comments, it can be sharing your memories, all those priceless moments. And Durga Prasad Samantula asks us, what is the next event tournament for you three, for us three, to commentate? They love our commentary.
Oh, that's so nice.
That's
to hear.
very nice, yeah.
Well, of course, it's very nice.
That's
to hear.
very nice, yeah.
Well, of course, it's the World Chess Championship match, starting November 26th and lasting, hopefully, for almost 3 weeks, if it's going to go all the way to 14 games and maybe tie breaks. And we will be here every day to comment on that. And that will be, of course, very different because it's going to be an over-the-board classical tournament.
Yep, 1 game a day. There'll be long breaks between each move, quite likely, in classical chess. So we'll have a lot to talk about, a lot of fun to have here in the studio. Some surprises in store for you as well, maybe. So definitely join us for that one.
Yeah, and it's such a classical, big, historical event as well. You know, only 16 world champions in the history of chess. Magnus, number 16, Jan Nepomniachtchi could be number 17. Yeah. It's just, and I've been to a couple of World Chess Championship matches as well, and it's just so intense where the players are sitting.
They're special, right?
Yeah.
Those matches. Something in the air during them, and that clearly puts pressure on the players, but also makes them prepare for the fight.
Yeah. It's going to be a huge event. Oh, I'm looking forward to it already.
Me too. And I just got distracted there because Wesley So has sacrificed a pawn in the endgame. And look at Black's pawns in the middle of the board now. They are doubled. They are isolated. White also has a nice blockading square in front of those 2 black pawns, but sacrificing a pawn in any endgame is very risky. And if Black, for example, can centralize his king, then those black pawns maybe later on will start to mobilize, will start to come down the board. So Wesley, really, really ambitious strategy there, but it shouldn't be too much danger if he just puts his knight in front of that pawn, in front of those 2 double pawns, and just sits. I don't think the black king will get through. What do you think, Jovanka? Do you like it?
Do I like it? I think
pawn sacrifice from Wesley?
Yeah, I think I do like it. I think it's a good chance to try to, utilize the king and the knight. But on the other hand, it's Magnus. and Magnus has kind of calculated or used this as an intuition to say that it's all okay. And that makes me a little bit worried. I'm also slightly worried that, once again, that the bishop can kind of dominate the white's entry points as well.
Yeah. As soon as the white knight tries to leap forward, trying to creep into some light squares, the bishop will lock that door and say no and control all of the light square entry points for the white knight. And talking of light squares, that black bishop does just move. So now, key moment for Wesley So. He actually wants to use the squares, the outposts in front of those doubled black pawns in the middle for both his king and his knight, but only one piece can occupy the outpost at a time. So those 2 black double pawns, they have no influence really over the dark squares in the middle. I'm expecting white's knight, or maybe the king, to sit in front of those 2 double pawns.
And in the background there, we could see Jan-Krzysztof Duda shaking his head. The bar is not liking the situation in his game against Hikaru Nakamura, and he could be about to go 2 points down in that match. Hikaru won also the first game. So trouble for Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the Oslo arena. Anish Giri has already left the arena. He has finished game 2 as well. 2 draws so far between himself and Vladislav Artemyev. And this one, Magnus Carlsen is up by 1 point. What is the most likely result in this one right now?
Despite what the evaluation bar says, I'm going to say draw.
Okay.
I don't really see this one being a win for Black unless he is maybe too ambitious and pushes too hard for the win. But of course, Magnus doesn't need to do that because he won the first game of today. So there we go. Look at those 3 pawns on the right side now. Magnus has just prevented any potential incursions by the white knight. It just looks like no entry points. Black's extra pawn is doubled, so it's not really making itself felt right now. It doesn't really count as an extra pawn. And meanwhile, white can easily just set up a blockade if he wants as well. What do you think, Jovanka? Any chances for either side?
Only white has the chances to push. But I think it's also dependent on black making a mistake.
And there we go. Magnus just locks down completely, controls any squares the white knight wants to jump to. With this last pawn push as black, it's risky. You don't normally want to put pawns in the same colour as your bishop, but more importantly, you have to stop the opponent's knight jumping around, jumping into the position.
Like one thing that I can see that white could do is actually return the sacrificed material and push his, I'm thinking, the f-pawn forward. And this might allow the king to snake its way all the way over to the right.
White's the one to pawn down, though, so that would be a second pawn sacrifice. It
yes,
would be
that's
returning
right. No.
the material.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely an idea, right? But,
right, yeah, sorry,
it would take courage going down a second pawn. And it looks like Magnus is just happy to mark his territory.
Yeah.
He's just moving the black king back and forth, back and forth. But Wesley now maybe trying to relocate his knight. I definitely think that's an idea for later, Jovanka, that Wesley has his eye on.
But he's kind of blocked out his king. My king is not going to get easily to the right side of the board, so...
Yeah, White's king just stuck there, holding the white pawns together on that left side of the board. It's a bit of a standoff between the two kings, actually. There's a pawn trade that is imminent, but White doesn't want to take the black pawn on that left side because then the black king steps forward, and likewise, Black doesn't want to take the white pawn on that side because then the white king would step forward. So it's just very much both players stubbornly standing their ground. And for Magnus, he'll be happy with this. For Wesley, a bit frustrating. And look as well how the black bishop keeps the white knight out. The white knight cannot jump forward. It has to retreat if it wants to find another avenue into the black position.
Yes. Yeah. You know what they say about bad bishops? Bad bishops, great defenders.
Even the worst bishop is at least equivalent to the best knight.
Although that was not worth.
That one's definitely not true, but that's what they say.
Yes.
And in this type of scenario, it is true, because the black bishop is bad, staring at its own pawns. It doesn't have any targets. Look how every piece and every pawn for white is on dark squares, so the black bishop is just hitting thin air, but it's a good defensive piece, as Jovanka mentioned. So, yeah, it holds everything together. And Wesley now making his play for victory. He does push his pawns forward on the right side. So maybe your idea in mind, Jovanka, if white can have one more move, push a pawn forward to attack the black bishop, destabilise it, maybe some faint hope of winning the game.
My big problem, though, with Wesley's choices is that I feel like he's shut his king out and he's kind of condemned it to left side of the board. And that king should be a multi-universe player, should be playing left, right, centre. And
a one-man team, playing all those positions in football.
One square at a time.
Yeah, that king, it's as if it's got a walking stick. It needs to just slowly just manoeuvre. No clear path forward for it.
An old king.
An old king, leading from the front, that white king, but not happy about it.
Oh, and look at Jan-Krzysztof Dudas, very unhappy about the situation in Game 2 against Nakamura here.
Yeah. And the pawn steps forward, you know, he looks like just from his body language, without seeing the position, I'm like, OK, he's lost.
Yeah, and Vachier-Lagrave is lost to Team Rajabov. Game 2 just finished, so Team Rajabov taking the lead in that match. Rajabov is fighting with Wesley So for second place. He actually has it right now, Rajabov, with half a point. Wesley So, he cannot lose this match. He will not take second place. And is he playing a little without energy today as well, David?
Yeah, it feels maybe that way. Wesley, he's playing great in this game, I must say. He's still keeping the game going. He's still the one trying to win as white. But so far, he's made no headway, made no progress. And it does feel like now, with this last move by Magnus, just completely blocking things up, there's not going to be a way through. Wesley definitely needs to try a different strategy. Normally, when I'm feeling low on energy during a chess game, I try and attack from the beginning because that forces yourself to get in the zone. You force yourself to somehow build momentum. It feels like Wesley, with a slow build-up at the beginning, kind of a quieter opening, he never really felt in love with his position, and therefore he never got that energy going. So, yeah, this one headed towards a draw. And we should also say, if Rajabov wins his next game, he's clinched it. He's clinched that second place. So not looking good for Wesley So right now. He's got to look over his shoulder. Levon Aronian is chasing him hard for that third place.
Yeah.
Imagine Wesley winning the first few tournaments, the man in form this year, but he might not even get the top 3.
Wow. Yeah, that would be a shock.
That would be a big surprise. And also, Wesley does have an over-the-board tournament coming up. He is set to be playing the US Championships next week.
So that is prestigious.
That is prestigious. And also, Wesley will want to be putting himself in a good mood for that. So this is why this match is incredibly important to both players.
Will Levon be playing that as well? Is he eligible for the US Championships
He's
yet?
not. He hasn't quite made that transfer as of yet.
That will come within the next 12 months at some point, maybe in the next 6 months. But then, yeah, Levon Aronian, Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, they'll all be battling it out for that one title of American champion.
Shanklin as well in there. Lenya Dominguez.
Jeffrey's young, the list goes on.
Abhimanyu Mishra, maybe not this year, but in the future.
Maybe Daniel Naroditsky will be there. That's many big names. Okay, and Magnus is just waiting with his king. And Wesley retreats the knight. And for our quiz of the day, the king steps forward. Well, in partnership with our friends at MasterCard, we are asking you at home to send us your comments, memories, priceless moments, or questions. And Jimmy's gardening allotment has a very fun question for us. He asks us, if you had to rename the chess pieces, what would you call them?
All of them. Well, we have a few names, right? So we obviously have Harry, the H-pawn. We have Alice, the A-pawn. Yeah. We have Elsa, the E-pawn, don't we? Let it go, let it go. Okay. Did we have, obviously, Beth, the B-pawn. And we have, obviously, David, the D-pawn. Yeah. I think I'm always almost through now.
Yeah. But the D-pawn's on the queen side, though, so maybe it should have a feminine name. Maybe Davina.
Yes.
Either way, not much progress being made in this game. It looks like we might be about to see a result as well. So, Gary, the G-pawn.
Yeah.
We need names for the big pieces, though, not just the pawns.
I think we can keep the king and queen. That sounds good.
Yeah. Keith the king?
Keith the king, but what can be Queenie?
Queenie the queen.
Queenie. That's not very original, though.
It's from Blackadder, Queenie.
Queenie, yeah.
Okay, meanwhile, both sides just manoeuvring. Black's pawns pretty much fixed where they are. Black's bishop defending them. Black's king also not able to step forward safely. White's king not making any inroads into the position. So, okay, a matter of moments now before Wesley. You can see on his body language, Wesley. So he is basically about to accept that draw, but it takes a few moments. It takes a bit of composure to kind of let go, finally, of your winning chances. He's going to be disappointed because Magnus played a very, very risky opening here. Just trying to wave that red flag to the bull, but Wesley didn't charge. He didn't go for Magnus. And this game, if it fizzles out to a draw, does give Magnus Carlsen a match point if he wins the next one with White. So, okay, difficult here psychologically for Wesley. It's a dead draw, nothing to do about it, but just to accept that draw and to confirm your fate is not easy. Okay. Maybe he's playing for the win. He does trade a set of pawns. This is check, however. It's a rare case of the black king moving with a check. The black king is not delivering the check, of course. The black bishop was hitting the white king there. So it's what we call a discover check. Either way, Magnus now, one of his pawns is under fire. The pawn in the centre, from White's knight. So does he simply defend it with his bishop?
Yeah, that looks like the most natural move. Take a step forward to the e6 square, and both pawns are covered. And what is Black going to do?
What is
White's
going? No progress.
It's been a long 10 days. So
it's been a long 11 months, this tour. I think the players feel it too.
Day 90, can you believe?
90 days of action, non-stop action.
Incredible.
Averaging 5 hours every day. And these players, they've been through a marathon.
Almost 500 hours in this studio. I mean, this chair is becoming my best friend.
We've warmed up these chairs by now.
And what do you think about this position? You know, has there been any real progress made? My answer is no.
No. So actually, if anything, the black king is going to be feeling really happy about itself. And that black king now has been blocked from advancing by the white pawns, but I don't feel that this has been too productive from Wesley. So, okay, maybe his idea is to bring the white king round. I'm not sure where it's going to be honest, because it can never break into the black half of the board, and Magnus will just wait. But at least he's freed up the white king. And it's all about small gains here, a moral victory, a symbolic victory, and no way forward for that white king. He does step one square to a light square. Magnus here, you can tell he's getting impatient. He knows this should be a draw. He's just moving his bishop back and forth. He actually pre-moved that last bishop retreat because he would have played it against any possible white reply.
And here, I was just going to ask, is Magnus being a little bit careless now? Because white can potentially give a check with the pawn. Okay, he's trying it now. So here, Magnus has to be a tiny bit careful. Unfortunately, Magnus spots the threat, which was to push up the b-pawn and give a check to the black king and drive it away.
Yeah, so black wants to meet any potential check from a white pawn with a capture, and if we do see a trade of pawns on the left side, then the black king is going to step closer to the white position. He's going to step down onto the 4th rank. So that's why Magnus Carlsen pushed away the white king. The white king was actually trying to block the advance of the black king. And that's the issue for Wesley. So you can't use the light squares for your king. You can only use the dark squares. And, OK, we've been here before. This is the 2nd time we've seen this position. The white king going back where it came from, but no progress still. I think Wesley is running out of ideas slowly. We can't blame him. It is an objectively drawn position, but maybe he's just trying to tire out the world champion. Magnus has had a long few weeks.
Yeah.
So maybe just keeping this game going with a view to the next few games, maybe putting the pressure on there. That must be the strategy for Wesley. So, OK, he's brought his king back round to where it came from. Again, the white king was here several turns ago. And now Magnus, most likely, he'll just retreat his bishop.
Yes, and whilst we're waiting for the dancing with the bishop and knight to continue, I have another question from our quiz of the day, where a flower out in Westfield is asking, the opening ceremony looked fun. What usually goes on in chess openings/closing ceremonies? Any fun stories, especially since this time there was Anish and Duda too?
Good question.
Oh.
I know that we played some hand of brain games with Anish, right, Jovanka?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kaja, you were the MC for a while, asking the players some questions.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it's nice to see them relaxed as well, just chatting away.
Definitely, yeah.
And
I do have news for you, because I saw it on social media, that it is the last day today, and Anish Giri is feeling relaxed. He has taken the challenge on the world record attempt, so we will see that later. They have recorded it for us.
Hey,
we will see
tuned.
it later. Yes.
Oh, I hope he gets slower than 38 seconds, so I get bragging rights.
Yeah.
It'll be unfair if he's talented at that as well. We saw him winning the quiz at the Good Night. He's a great chess player. If he's great at, if he's got the speed as well, the hand-to-eye coordination, then that's just greedy.
That is just greedy. And meanwhile, it does look like white has made a tiny bit of progress, but the black king and bishop, they've just warded off any future pawn advancements that white may have.
Yeah, and actually the black doubled pawns in the centre, despite the fact they're blocked, they do control squares, and simply no way through. Black's king and the black pawns control the dark squares. Black's bishop controls the light squares. And yeah, right now, Wesley trying, credit to him. He's not giving up hope. This is a good lesson for everyone at home as well. Just persevere, put your opponents under pressure, tire them out, bore them to death if you have to. But either way, playing a game out is like this is the only way you learn about in-games. So great from Wesley. So, and he's definitely trying to bore Magnus to death right now. Magnus, you can tell on his body language there, exhaling. He knows it's going to be a draw this game. That's almost a guarantee at this point, but he's being forced to work hard for it. He's being forced to earn his money, forced to earn the right to call himself the tour champion. And Magnus eventually gets tired of waiting and pushes his pawn forward to a light square.
But that was a risky decision, actually, because that pawn could potentially be surrounded.
Yeah, very risky decision from Magnus. Normally, again, the strategy is that you don't want to put pawns on the same colour as your bishop, because then you tie down your bishop as a defensive piece. I think Magnus is just arguing that he has a rock-solid fortress. The white knight can never move later on, because then the black king might have a path through towards the white pawns. And there we go, a bit of a standoff maintained by the kings. And, Wesley just teasing Magnus again by moving his king away. He's hoping that black's pawn pushes on that left side, because then the white king will race back across and capture it. But Magnus, he knows that he doesn't need to touch anything anymore. He knows that, you can see on his body language, he knows there's no way through if he just sits and waits. And yeah, Magnus gaining lots of time. He's back to almost 13 minutes after 81 moves now. This is, maybe he just wants to get to 100.
Yeah. Maybe go for your record, David, on, what was it, 200 and...
36 is my record. Actually, Wesley here, he could move his king around 50 times, then push a pawn, then go around again 50 times, just to navigate the...
And the arbiters and everyone goes, no!
Yeah. Please don't, Wesley. Please don't do that.
No, but I mean, I have to say, it is a little bit special and a work of art when you see it being done and being done well.
And especially if it ends up with a win, of course,
Exactly.
then we completely understand it.
Yeah, totally. And it's all about getting your opponent to take those weaker choices and just watching them crack. It's a bit sadistic, actually.
We saw it, though, in the electric shock chess game that me and Askill played. Magnus, he does have that sadistic streak.
Yeah. He even admitted it.
Yeah, he likes to torture his opponents. And... OK, right now, Wesley is the one torturing Magnus, really making him work for this draw. So there's no way through. Black is the one sitting and waiting. White is the only one who can make progress. But there we go. The position repeats itself 3 times eventually, and it is finally a draw.
Magnus Carlsen, OK, still sitting there, though, looking over this. But he is now still up by 1 point in this match, winning the first game. 2 rapid games to go. Wesley, so we'll have to win one of those games to take it to tiebreaks. It is looking so far good for Magnus Carlsen on the final day of the tour. He will have the white pieces in the next game coming up in 16 minutes. And he's heading into the lounge. Maybe he will do the world record attempt. Maybe. Or will he walk back to his lounge? Yeah. He is walking back to his lounge. It was a draw this game, but... we will now have the FTX exchange of today.
So this game did end in a draw, and Magnus Carlsen will be very happy about the result. But it could have been more than a draw if the world champion had spotted an exchange in a favourable way. He could have gone for the exchanges that did happen in the game, but won a pawn in the process. Here, he just dropped his bishop back, and as we saw, the rooks and queens were exchanged. But he could have won a pawn by getting greedy with the black queen and taking this guy off the board. The black bishop defends this rook, so no exchanges there that help white. And if white tries to exchange by taking the black bishop, then we would have seen a nasty check. A double attack, hitting the king and hitting the rook. After the white knight drops back to defend its rook, we would have seen another exchange, luring away the white queen, and at the very end, black would have won a pawn. This would also force the white king to a bad square where it can be checked. So Magnus Carlsen, despite the good draw, despite the good result, could have gone for these exchanges and maybe even won the game.
He is still up by 1 point, Magnus Carlsen, and in game 3 he will have the white pieces. Wesley, so he needs to make a comeback in this game or in the 4th one to take it to tiebreaks. We're talking a lot and looking forward to the World Chess Championship match today. And Magnus Carlsen, he won his first title at 22 years old back in 2013. He has defended his title ever since, and it's been a love-hate relationship. And we're now going to show you a video where Magnus talks about the exhaustion of being in the World Championship bubble.
The World Chess Championship bubble, that's something quite unique. And if it goes too long without, you start to long to get back there, even though you know that it's very hard, it's very frustrating. It's a kind of a love-hate relationship at a very high level. That's some of his World Championship trophies, small ones from Blitz and Rapid typically, and then some of the major trophies. The 2013 one is not here.
Magnus Carlsen, this is his first World Championship match.
This was a larger-than-life experience. You have this exotic feel, the smells, the noise. It's so overwhelming. And together with hundreds of journalists, it was such an mesmerizing experience.
A team of grandmasters knows everything about Magnus Carlsen.
And they're off.
I think I said after the match that, well, now I can die. We had a nice celebration, and it was a very happy night for everyone involved when he won in the end. But at that point, he was already there mentally in a way. I mean, this was his to win, and it was like a force that we didn't expect to stop.
In every match since that, he's been the defending champion, defending his title. How is it different, those matches?
It's very different, because in the first you have something to achieve that you haven't achieved before. After that, you either repeat or fall back down. And psychologically, that's much more difficult. But here we have the 2014 Sochi World Championship trophy.
That was a little bit more difficult to get motivated for that match. But fortunately, he managed to get motivated and to do the work.
And then 2016,
yeah,
that was very intense.
Yeah, I think he lost, was it game 8, I think? And they had 7 draws before that.
Magnus felt that against Kaja, the only acceptable outcome was to win. Not only because he hates to lose, but it was just simply unacceptable to lose. And he was down 1 game at one point.
I think in the first half of the match, he was kind of in a good mood and feeling that, okay, if I just continue to play this well, he will eventually crack at some point and I will get in a win. But then when it didn't happen, he was really frustrated, and he was like second guessing, what am I doing before the games? That's also a sign that you're losing a little bit of your self-confidence.
We went to a restaurant and someone started to serve some drinks and it took off a little bit from there. So we were depressed and it was difficult. We didn't know what to talk about when we arrived at the restaurant. But after an hour or something, we were all laughing and we just had a hilarious evening. And maybe that helped kind of on the nervous system. For yeah, I think he won the 10th game, and then from there he was in control.
And then this should be the 2018 one. 2018 Carana, that was a tough one.
He'd had a great year. I hadn't had a great year, and it felt when we were playing like we were equals. And in that sense, like the other matches, it felt like losing is simply not an option. Like it cannot happen. Obviously, that's not an attitude that is good if you want to have an enjoyable experience. But the match in London was a little bit different in that sense. It was an equal match, and if I'd lost it, it would have hurt a great deal. But still, it didn't feel like it was impossible, something that couldn't happen.
We have some more stuff downstairs, but well, Magnus is not really resting on his laurels. It's really always the next tournament is the most important.
What a beautiful story, and Magnus will keep fighting for the titles, the next match coming up in November. And do you think now, you know, hearing him talk about how exhausting it is, David, that he's looking forward to it, or starting to dread it a little bit?
If you asked me this a few months ago, Kaja, I would have said maybe dreading it slightly. It feels like every match has been more difficult than the last. However, Magnus in recent months has seemed energetic. We've seen him smiling. He's just won the tour, full of confidence. So I think he'll be ready. He'll be ready for it.
And, you know, you've been playing many tournaments yourself, Jovanka. Can you sort of imagine how exhausting it is to play a World Championship match, 14 games? It's just, and for Magnus being a big favourite and defending his title, just the pressure at all times?
Yeah, I mean, the pressure, the publicity, all the attention that match will get, and it's incredibly draining. All the world champions have said in the past that, you know, they lose a tremendous amount of weight, and you need to be very, very fit to withstand the nerves and every pressure that you get placed on and off the board. So it's a tough competition. But OK, Magnus does have one significant advantage. He has been there before and he's used to it.
And we are definitely looking forward to it. And we also asked the players here in the tour finals about their expectations for the World Championship match.
A tough match. Of course, Magnus is a favorite. That's obvious. but I think Jan, if he plays the way he's been playing this year in the candidates, very consistent, is gonna be a very tough challenger.
Magnus Carlsen is a clear favorite because match a very long, a little more than usually. We have 14 games.
Magnus has a huge advantage in experience in matches, and now he knows how to handle situations like when the tension builds up and there's no decisive games yet after say 6 games. And then I think what Jan really needs is to be able to endure that tension and not try to force events.
Magnus is always a favorite. I think a lot depends on how well prepared Nepomniachtchi will be, because we can see from previous matches that if Magnus doesn't get the positions he likes from the openings, the match is not so easy for him, because he gets nervous and he may lose a game occasionally. So, but it's always interesting. I think watching Magnus Carlsen play is always interesting, and I really appreciate what he brought to the game of chess. And yeah, I think we all became better players thanks to his influence.
I certainly hope it will go to tiebreaks, because that's the fun part.
It's quite unanimous, though, that Magnus Carlsen is a favourite. What is Jan Nepomniachtchi's big chance here if he's going to beat Magnus?
I think it's all about getting off to a quick start in the match, making sure he doesn't lose a game. But if he can get a win in the first 3 or 4 games, I think he'll be buzzing with confidence. Also, it's all about the opening, as Levon Aronian alluded to there. If he can get Magnus out of his comfort zone, then the world champion isn't so comfortable. Magnus, he likes these slower types of positions. If Jan Nepomniachtchi is very direct, attacking every single game from the beginning, it's going to be unpleasant, I think, for Magnus.
All right. Well, not only talking about the World Championship match here in the show today, also talking about a world record attempt. And the next one out in the lounge with Rune is tour director Arne.
All right, so I'm here with Arne Horvei, who is my boss because he is the tour director. And I want to ask you some questions, but first, you need to attempt to break my personal record. I did 34 seconds 34. Because we have over here, of course, Charles, the timekeeper. So, you know the rules.
Yeah, I have one promise.
Yeah?
I will not break your record.
On your mark, and you can set him.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
And he's using the strategy of just putting a lot of pieces. And you can comment yourself on it.
Yeah,
but hey, don't break my record. That is too. Yes, that is exactly. That's what
I have to take it myself.
Oh, very, very.
Yeah, that was wrong. The problem is the moment you start to comment yourself, then you really start to lose time. But since I promised you that I wouldn't take your record, and I am doing this all by myself, I had to think that I have to speak in order to be able to do this in a decent way without making you sad because I beat you. And since I'm not a chess player, I figure out that is...
Oh my God, you're done? Yeah. What is the time?
46.78
seconds.
I told you. But
I think it's, that's, so nice to work here. Because, like, my boss, he thinks of my well-being. He does not want to crush my records. Yeah, Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, it's all for you.
And it's the last day of the finals of the tour that you have been directing for a long time. How do you feel?
It's special.
Yeah.
It's indeed special. It's strange to think that we are about to finish our 90th broadcast, our 90th day of play, with all the hard work, particularly by the players, but also with everybody involved in creating, planning, producing and executing these events. It's amazing to think about all the work that has been put down to this, and I'm so grateful to everybody who has been part of it.
Yeah, we're also grateful to you, of course, and you said it's a special feeling. We're also doing something quite special here, For the next season, are we going to make it even more special?
Of course.
Back to the studio.
Wow, nice to hear from Tour Director. It didn't do too good on the world record attempt, and after the next game, we're going to show you how Anish Giri did when he tried the world record out in the lounge. And Jan-Krzysztof has also been out in the lounge and talked to Rune about his match so far today.
Jan-Krzysztof striking back in game 2. Can you tell me about the game quickly?
Yeah, I was obviously extremely lucky to win the end game, which I should have lost. Yeah, I blundered a lot of stuff. I mean, the middle game, and just blundered everything, including this very first sequence, which actually ended in probably one end game for white. Yeah, but I was struggling, you know, to trying to like muddy waters all the time. So I played this b5, f5. Yeah, and then he carried somehow. I mean, he must have missed my knight d3 move, and then I had some chances to win even because I'm very active and have passed pawns. So yeah, and in the end it was very crazy, of course, but very pleasing, of course, to win against 2 queens.
Yeah, it was a cool end game, putting some pressure on your opponent to muddy the waters. Congratulations with the win, and best of luck in the rest of the match.
Thank you.
A great comeback by Duda in game 2, winning it against Hikaru Nakamura. They are tied when game 3 starts in 2 minutes. Artemiev and Anish Giri, they are also tied, playing 2 draws so far. And Timur Rajabov is up by 1 point, winning game 2 against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Levon Aronian, he has now won 2 games against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov with only a draw in game 3 or a win. Levon Aronian will be the winner of this match. And then Wesley So is still down by 1 point against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus will have the white pieces in game 3, and if he wins it, he will be the winner of this match. And we are awaiting Magnus to come back to the Oslo arena to play game 3 with the white pieces. How eager do you think he's going to be to just finish it off right away, David?
He's going to be very keen to show that he is dominant with the white pieces. Also to show Nepomniachtchi how scary he can be when he has white. Wesley needs to pull some tricks out of the bag. He's not looking at his best. And also, now that Levon Aronian is on the brink of winning his match, if Wesley loses, he won't even finish in 3rd place.
Wow. Oh, it's a little bit dramatic for Wesley So. He's been great in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. We see their head-to-head scores updated with now the 2 last games. And Magnus, 14 wins now. Wesley definitely will be trying to get another win. 12 wins in this next game.
It's all about survival for Wesley. He cannot afford to lose this one. And there we go. The world champion, ready.
Snacking up.
Snacking up. About to enter the arena.
For what could be his last game in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021. If he wins this game, that will be it. He will both be the winner of the tour and the winner of this match. Finish it off after only 3 games against his biggest rival so far, or biggest rival overall in the 2021 tour. They have fought hard. They played many finals against each other. And in the final match of the season, Magnus is up by 1 point and will make the first move with the white pieces in this one. Yeah, imagine if this is the very last game for Magnus in the 2021 season.
Yeah, and well,
yay!
Magnus is stubborn. He says, hey, I'm going to do that line again. It's 1b3 on the board.
Yep, and it worked out to perfection last time. He won with 1b3. This opening, its percentage score must be higher than any other opening, I think, throughout the tour. A lot of white wins. It's very rarely chosen, but when it is chosen, it does tend to be successful. And Wesley So has to come up with something different. It didn't work out last time. It wasn't the fault of the opening necessarily, but look at this, 1b3. When in doubt, copycat. Just mirror that opening. Okay. And Black has played 1b6.
And White has pushed forward with the king's pawn, taken a stake in the centre.
OK, and Black's bishop coming out. This is the point, after all, of making those pawn pushes at the side of the board to develop your bishop to their long diagonals. And now Magnus Carlsen has brought his knight out to defend that central pawn. And this line also extremely trendy in 2021. I think before this last 12 months, I'd very rarely seen this position. Suddenly, I've seen it plenty of times. And Wesley So, how will he react? White is the one occupying the centre first with pawns. So usually you would expect to see Wesley So do the same here as black. Feels like time to push a pawn. OK, he just pushes one square forward, releasing the black dark-squared bishop. Now Magnus, will he bring his own dark-squared bishop out? There we go. It's on its dream diagonal. It's blocked by its own knight right now, but if the white knight ever moves, then this bishop will be a key piece.
And, OK, the knight attacks the pawn in the centre. I was just going to say, if Wesley picks up his c7 pawn and pushes it 2 squares, the line would actually transpose 2 lines that we see against the Sicilian with b3.
Yep, that's right. And this knight jump is also quite well known, attacking white's pawn in the centre of the board. This recently became quite trendy as well. Usually white pushes that pawn forward to hit that black knight, gaining a bit of time. And the black knight will have to move for a second turn early in the game.
And, yep, so far, so good. All in my database. And black tends to centralise the knight to the d5 square.
Yeah, and talking of so far, so good, Jovanka, look at that air quality. Perfect. The players in the Oslo arena in great conditions right now. And, OK, the black knight does jump to this square. I saw also recently there were games of the black knight jumping to a different square. Meanwhile, after this trade, we see the white queen coming out. So Magnus Carlsen has not hidden his intentions to win this game. He's going on the attack early. And that white queen pinning down some of the black pieces. She's getting ready just in case the black king does a castle on the right side to launch an attack. Also, note how the white king, he's completely cleared its path towards the left side. So Magnus, he's getting ready to castle that white king away. Black is still a few moves from doing the same.
Now, this wasn't the most popular of variations, but Wesley actually, by picking up the pawn and attacking the queen, he's actually taken the game into really uncharted waters. And now that Magnus has just moved the queen one step to this particular square, the f4 square, now that's it.
Brand new.
Brand new. And now Wesley is really going for it because he is really chasing that queen. Step it back. And Magnus says, OK, I have to.
Yep. Magnus seeming, over to the course of today, seeming to love developing his queen early. It's not something we recommend to players when they learn the game because you lose a lot of time. This white queen has now moved 3 times and it's only moved 9. Black, in the meantime, has gained some tempi, gained some moves, attacking the white queen, but it's not sure whether these moves are actually beneficial. Magnus there, smiling. He is going to be hoping that these black pawn pushes on the right side will later become weaknesses. And, OK, Wesley, not being afraid to push pawns, he's pushed on both sides of the board. He's using Magnus's favourite strategy against him, pushing the A and H pawns forward, trying to release the black rooks up the board. And there we go. Magnus pushes a pawn also on this side. So now if black pushes a pawn on that left side, the pawn that did just move, Alice the A pawn, then white will block things up. This is why Magnus has played this last pawn push. And it's back to Wesley. How does he justify all of these strange pawn moves at the side of the board? He's not fighting for the centre right now. He's just playing on the flanks. And that is a very double-edged strategy.
Yes. I mean, it's very rare where you see so many pawn moves.
So few piece moves.
So few piece moves from almost both players. But the big question is that, you know, with great space comes great responsibility. And Magnus now has some targets. He can start to provoke those pawns and just force them to overextend.
Will there then be no peace in this game?
No peace treaty, definitely. All-out warfare.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, it definitely has the feel of a last day, this match. It's both players throwing everything at each other. I think the big question for Wesley, so the reason I don't think this is a great practical try in a rapid game is because the black king is going to be stuck, entrenched in the middle of the board. If the black king castles to the right side, there's no pawn protection anymore. The black pawns will just, they would rather retreat. And the black king as well. It takes an age to castle over on that left side. You need the black knight to get out of the way and the black queen. Meanwhile, Wesley So continuing to go against the conventional rules, against conventional wisdom, moving a piece that's already moved twice in the game. That's the 3rd time that bishop has moved, and it's back where it was just a few turns ago. Yeah. So completely neglecting his own development here of other pieces. The black knight needs to come out. The black dark squared bishop needs to come out. Both sides just ignoring everything they're taught when they're young. I guess you've got to be good, you've got to be a world-class player like these two in order to know when to break the rules, but so far, very, very unusual play.
Yeah, and because of the unconventional pawn structure, you know, I've never seen a position where those pawns have advanced to the 5th row like that. I mean, it just means that both players will actually be burning a lot of time trying to figure out what's the ideal piece placement and also how to challenge the other. And I expect Magnus now to take a pause and just figure this out before he comes up with a series of moves.
Yeah, so Magnus can choose to expand his own pawns. White's pawns in the centre might step forward at some point. White can also throw pawns on the right side, as Jovanka kind of hints at there, just to challenge Black's expansion. And yeah, I think you're right. I'm just racking my brains right now. I must have looked at tens or hundreds of thousands of chess games in my life, but never this pawn formation, never this pawn structure. It is that unique.
Wow.
And well, for our quiz of the day, we are celebrating the end of the 2021 season, and in partnership with our friends at MasterCard, we are turning the tables. We are asking you to ask us the questions, share memories, priceless moments. And but to get those questions answered by us in the studio, we need you to tweet us your questions using the hashtag ChessChamps and hashtag priceless. And we'll do the best we can to answer them. And Sujay says that what are some of the life lessons you learned from chess?
Oh, there's so many, right?
Too many, yeah. Always think before you act. Never think for too long, though.
That's true. Every move has its consequences. Yeah. Take a look at this position. You know, Wesley has gone forward with his pawns. He can't take them back, and you've got no one to blame.
Isn't there something about a plan as well? Better to. A bad plan is better than no plan, right?
Yeah.
I like that one.
A bit like life, right?
Yeah.
Got to have something in mind.
And the players playing very quickly, and the White Knight has again manoeuvred itself to the left side.
And of course, also the life lesson with the pawns. They can always go ahead and become the most important pieces on the board and become the queens.
Even a pawn can dethrone a king.
Yeah.
They can do anything.
They can do.
If you dream big.
Anything. And the bishop comes out to attack the queen, so Magnus must move the queen. And Jonathan Hills asks us as well, which game/sport would Kaja secretly beat David and Jovanka? I think this might be
anything. Apart from chess, pretty much.
I can't come up with anything, actually.
Well, we have a suggestion, Tiddlywinks.
What is that?
Oh, it's where you flick these little counters and they're little tiny... Google it, Kaja. You'd probably beat us.
Okay, I have to practice that. No, I think maybe skiing, being a Norwegian, is where I have the best bet.
And you're pretty good at golf, right? So.
Well, okay, yeah, golf.
Yeah,
I
golf,
could maybe
and also you're a keen runner, so...
Yeah, that's maybe taking it a little bit too far.
Skiing is one that you will beat us forever, I think, especially me.
Yeah, because I'm Norwegian, of course, yeah.
And the Queen has relocated itself to the C3 square. And final question, Pity Devil asks us, what are the odds Magnus Nepo on the upcoming World Championship match? And then they ask, will you guys host the next 2022 tour? And which leg of the tour is your favourite?
We will definitely host the 2022 Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And the favourite, what was the second question?
What are the odds on the Magnus Nepo?
Oh, that one goes to David.
I think it's going to be closer than most people think, but I would say maybe 60% in Magnus's favour, maybe 65 if I'm being really generous. I think Nepo might surprise some people, though, so it's not as one-sided as you might think.
Yeah.
And I'm going to answer the last question, which leg of the tour is my favourite? I mean, it had to be the FTX Crypto Cup. That was absolutely thrilling.
So dramatic.
Top 10 players in the world all playing in the prelims. Magnus almost not qualifying for the knockout stages, and then the drama that involved in when he finally got there and won it.
Yeah, that massive celebration. He nearly ripped off his shirt just because he was so happy to beat Wesley.
Yeah.
Great tournament.
And if you want to tweet us your questions, your memories, your priceless moments, then remember to tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps and #priceless.
And Magnus not ripping off his shirt, but there is definitely a little bit of emotion there, a little bit of a smile and some music. We do have a bunch of moves. I just have to say, you guys, that one match has finished. Levon Aronian playing a draw in this one. He is the winner of that match against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, and he has finished the tour. Levon Aronian currently now then in 3rd place.
Wow. So he could leapfrog over Wesley.
Yep.
Right.
I think he will leapfrog over Wesley, most likely, unless Wesley can win the tiebreaks. And, OK, actually, no, if Wesley gets to the tiebreaks, I think Wesley will secure that 3rd place. But either way, he can't afford to lose in the rapid.
Yeah, because it's 2.5 points before this last round.
Levon's half a point ahead now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Wesley, you have to take it to tiebreaks to secure. Or, of course, win this match, but, well, that's not possible. Well, wait, yes, it is.
If Wesley gets 1.5 out of the next 2, then Wesley will secure 3rd place.
Yeah.
So he needs to win one of the next 2 games against Magnus and avoid defeat. Meanwhile, this game continues being crazy. We have seen a trade of pawns in the centre, and now Magnus pushing a pawn. This looks very innocent on the right side of the board, but he's trying to break open a line for his rook on that right side. I just want to say as well, the players continue to break conventional wisdom. White's knight moved 3 times. White's queen has now moved 4 times. White has made so many pawn pushes, and we're only on move 17. Meanwhile, black has done the same. With black's light squared bishop, he's moved 3 times. With his dark squared bishop, he's moved twice. Remember, kids, remember everyone at home, castle your king. Don't move the same piece too many times in the opening. It could well backfire. These players can get away with it because they are geniuses, but for mere mortals, including myself, I would be terrified of going for this type of strategy. But they're definitely trying to keep us entertained, and they're definitely trying to throw each other off. They're both so strong that you need to be a bit creative in order to beat these world-class opponents. And Jovanka, whose position do you like here?
White.
White.
1,000%. That much. I just like White holds the key to opening up the lines, especially on the right side. Those rooks could get traded off any moment. I feel that White has the safer place to park their king. And also, I really love that knight sitting in what I call an outpost there on the b5 square. I mean, look at it. I mean, it has control over so many squares, and it's particularly eyeing up that pawn in the middle of the board.
Yeah, tying down the black queen. It can never, ever get kicked away, that knight. Yeah, looking very, very good for Magnus Carlsen right now. I must admit as well, I'm slightly surprised the evaluation bar isn't even further on White's side. It looks like that type of position. It's either very, very good or it's nothing at all. And here it does look very good for White. And as Jovanka mentioned, I think the key as well is that White's king is just 1 move away from scooting over to safety on that left side of the board. It will castle at some point, and then nothing left for Wesley So to target. He'll be purely on the defensive. He'll become quite one-sided. So, meanwhile, Wesley So, where does he put his king? He definitely can't try and run off to the left anymore because White's knight is on that side of the board. Also, the white queen looks, it has some influence there. And it can't go over to the right side of the board anymore, that black king, because then White will open it up, as Magnus has hinted at with this last pawn push. So black's king is destined to be stranded in the middle.
Looking into the camera there. Hi.
Checking us out, and he smiles.
A nice smile there from the world champion. If he wins this game, he will be the winner of this match. And of course, Mamedyarov and Aronian, they have finished the season, so we have to give a big thank you. Mamedyarov, he's been playing some super entertaining chess all the whole tour, but especially also in the finals. Levon Aronian is probably about to finish in 3rd place after playing all of the events, right?
Yep.
And giving us so much entertainment. So a big, big thank you to both of those 2 players.
Yeah, Aronian's had a lot of drama actually throughout this tournament.
Definitely.
He played, I remember this game that he played where there had been a power cut. And it was a race against the clock.
The battery level of his computer kept getting lower and lower and lower.
And he was dependent on his phone and the Wi-Fi connection there. And it was getting lower and lower, like you say. And then he also played when he was just about to move to America as well.
True.
He'd literally booked a flight on the day that the Champions Chess Tour finished.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of ups and downs for him, but a great performance overall. And yeah, so many exciting games. Meanwhile, in this one, we've seen a trade of pawns, a trade of rooks, and Magnus there. After giving us that blue steel impression a few moments ago, he's brought the white queen over. And now, in conjunction with her knight, they are both eyeing up a black pawn. And it's that black pawn on the d6 square. It's incredibly hard to defend. White's knight, if it captures it, will deliver a nasty check, and it would be a fork. This could be deadly for Wesley, so I don't think we'll see him survive this one.
Oh,
White's
dear.
queen is going to deliver the final blow.
I mean, how to defend that pawn? I mean, you have to kind of go, I'm going to defend that with my king.
Yeah.
It's the only way.
This is the pawn we're talking about. It is tied up by the knight and by the queen. It's only defended by one piece, the black queen. And as Jovanka mentioned, maybe you have to defend it with your king, because if you push this pawn forward out of the attack, then the white knight will jump in. It actually can jump into this square or this square. Whoops, sorry, not that one, this one. And either way, it would deliver a check. At the minimum, the black king has to move. The white knight's protected by its queen, and then black will lose material. So if that's the case, then black cannot touch this pawn. You can block the attack from the white queen as well in this direction, but you just open things up. You loosen your position, and at the very least, now we will see white finally castle the king. And next move, he'll take a pawn and open things up against the black queen. This one as well, completely hopeless for black. Black's king is definitely going to die a painful death in this scenario. Therefore, process of elimination, Jovanka calls it. Maybe the black king has to move one square forward.
But I don't like that one as well, because the queen can come and give check.
Maybe it's the best of a bad bunch, but yeah, the white queen could slide across, giving a check to the black king. And actually, yeah, you're right. If the bishop blocks, then suddenly the white queen jumps up, and this is what we call a skewer. The black king has to move, and the piece behind it falls. And wow, white might win a piece. Maybe in this scenario, Jovanka, you know me, I love to go on adventures with my king, and after this check, maybe the black king has to run and hide and try and tuck itself away. It takes a long time, but sometimes needs must, and this might be essential to survive for Wesley. But even after this black king move, he hasn't played it, but even after this black king move, white could just castle and be perfectly safe. Instead, he has indeed opened things up, Wesley. So he pushes this pawn forward, and now Magnus is moving in for the kill. He's just dropped back the white queen. And look at this, the bishop is under fire. How are you going to save this? If the black bishop moves, then white's queen is going to deliver a nasty, nasty check, attacking the king and attacking this pawn.
Yeah.
It's game over.
It is game over.
We'll see Wesley, so any moment, throw in the towel.
Oh,
and
David,
give up.
look at that. It's run away, run away.
Yeah, it's Teletubby time for Wesley, so the black king running away to safety. It's a check. The black king has got to try and hide later on in the corner, but white is going to win at least a few pawns in the process. Look at this. It's a double attack, hitting this pawn as well as the check. Let's go back to Magnus. We might see him celebrate soon because he's on the brink of victory against Wesley. So.
Wow, what an impressive match this is by Magnus Carlsen. What an impressive way to finish off the season. This game, I mean, is a pure genius, even opening with the 1b3.
Yeah, it just shows that Magnus Carlsen, if you take away the opening theory from both players, he is really, really special. He knows where the pieces belong. He knows when to attack, when to change the pace, when to accelerate things. And you see it on his face. He knows he is about to win. Wesley as well. You can tell on his body language, he is resigned to the defeat. He might play another move or two to try and cling on, but it's hopeless at this point. The black king, too exposed. And yeah, imagine only 22 moves. Magnus started the tour finals with an 18-move win against Duda. He might be about to finish it off with a 22-move win against Wesley So, beating two of the best players in the world in this masterful fashion.
Yeah, and he's doing it with the 1b3 opening, which seems to be best by test, right?
Yeah, maybe we'll see more and more players adopt it, even at these world-class levels. Nobody seems to know how to handle the b3 opening, and for Adiban, maybe this will lead to part 2 of his opening course for Chessable. There we see Wesley So smiling as well.
Ooh, maybe we could have like a Adiban and Magnus Carlsen coalition kind of Chessable course.
Joint training.
Yeah.
And yeah, Wesley So, he's about to resign. He's about to drop into 4th place in the tour standings after a great year for him. That's a disappointing result.
Yeah, couldn't quite finish it off. Maybe a little bit tired, Wesley So, in the finals, but what a season it's been for him as well. For Magnus Carlsen, the winner overall, it is of course nice for him to finish it off with a match win as well. In such a great mood with the music here.
He seems to really be digging the tune.
He's even singing along. Oh, we have to try some lip reading now. What song is this?
Yeah, send in your answers, everyone at home, if you can tell what song this one is. Maybe eventually he will reveal one or two songs from this playlist to us. He's been very mysterious throughout this tour finals.
Sometimes Oscar comes in my ear and tells me what song it is. Very curious about this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a song title that's...
And now he came in my ear.
Okay.
It's a Queen song, Under Pressure.
Under Pressure. I was listening to it this morning in the shower. Okay. Wesley is under serious pressure here. He doesn't resign, he retreats the Black Knight, but Magnus Carlsen has won a pawn, and Magnus Carlsen is not trading the queens either. Look at the Black King in the centre. If Black recaptures White's pawn in the middle of the board, then White's rook will swing across and target that Black King. Okay, Wesley desperately trying to remove the queens from the board, but the White Queen forced all the way back. She's still eyeing up the Black King, this time from a different angle.
Yeah, and impressive how she moved across the board, and every single turn she kept on piling the pressure.
Yeah, the winner takes it all in this one, and it's going to be Magnus Carlsen. Black's king still stuck in the middle, and White's king in the middle as well. Still has the right to castle, and that's why Magnus Carlsen is going to take the win. And there we go, we have a result.
There it is, the final game and the final win for Magnus Carlsen in the 2021 season. What a performance it's been by the world champion to win the tour overall and to finish it off against his biggest rival this season with a match win after only 3 games against Wesley So. And here he goes. The very first season of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and it is another trophy in the bank for Magnus Carlsen, walking back to the lounge after finishing the season. Hopefully we will get an interview from the world champion and the champion of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. All right, yes, it's going to stop to have a talk with Rune. Let's go back to the lounge.
This thing is not... Yeah, ready? Okay, so congratulations with the last win. You know, I just want to know about this decision with 1b3.
Yeah, I've been trying 3b3 in the Sicilian a few times with not that much success, so I thought I'd play it as soon as possible. The funny part is the last game really looked like Fischer Random game. And I don't think I ever beaten Wesley in Fischer Random before, so I'll count that.
Are you counting that as a win? And how does it feel to beat, like he was your biggest rival throughout the tour, and then you beat him here and knocked him down a place? How does that feel?
Yeah, obviously it feels good to win the last round. I feel like, yeah, my energy has been kind of down the last few days. I'm really too happy to finish the tournament now with success, and then I can have a rest and prepare for the World Championship and enjoy this victory.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
He's finished, Magnus Carlsen, with the 2021 tour, finishing off with a great win against a very tough opponent, Wesley So. Let's take a look at the final game for the world champion.
What a win by the world champion, and to do it in 25 moves, knocking down your biggest rival. Great style. And the one thing I want to point out in this game is why we should always castle our king, especially when you're black, especially when you're reacting. Here, Black's king is just too open. He's neglected piece development, and he was punished. Magnus Carlsen as well. Famous for his full board awareness, he found that bringing the white queen from the left side, swinging it the whole way across with this move was the killer blow. Teaming it up with the knight, the queen and knight, the best attacking combo, this did overpower Black's army. After the black pawn pushed forward, blocking out the white queen slipped back, finding a different angle of attack, attacking this bishop, and after a couple more moves, we saw the black king forced to run away, but it didn't find safety after white delivered a nasty check. And after the black knight dropped back, white simply won a pawn, also ready to join the attack with his rook. This caused Wesley So to resign. He tried his best to defend for a couple of moves, but the world champion simply too strong and merciless in this attack.
And we're also joined by Wesley So, who's also finished with the 2021 Meltwater Champions Chess Tour season. Wesley, how do you feel now that the season is over? I think we have Wesley ready. There you are. Hi, Wesley. Can you hear me? There you are. Hi, Wesley. Can you hear me now?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
Yes. Hi, Wesley. It's so nice of you to join us. And I was saying sort of congratulations on finishing the 2021 season. How do you feel now that it's over?
Well, I feel everything went well except the last tournament. I'm glad to finish it. I think considering everything that happened, 4th place is a very good finish for me. I mean, I didn't really care what was happening in the last few rounds. So.
Cool. Oh, we have a disconnection. Well, lucky it happened in the interview and not in the games. All right, I think Wesley is back.
If it happened during the game.
Yes. You were saying, Wesley.
Yeah, I think I think I couldn't really complain with the result. Basically, I'm just glad the tournament's over. I think 4th place is a very good result considering a lot of things could have been better, obviously, but there's always another game, and I was getting a bit tired in the end also.
Which is
waking up.
Yeah, playing so early, and also you've been playing all of the tournaments in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. No wonder you're feeling a little bit tired as well. And what has been the highlight for you, looking back at the season, Wesley?
Well, I won 3 regular tournaments. Also, I think I played very well in the Crypto Cup, almost won that as well. So considering, I've been working very hard, playing every single tournament, as you said. So I played 90 days for the entire tour, and I think it paid off in the end with a 4th place finish. I don't think I could have done better than 4th, considering what went wrong this tournament.
And of course, we are wondering, sort of in the future, how big of a part of your chess career will these online tournaments be? Do you have ambitions to keep playing them like you've been doing this season?
No, I mean, I'm very grateful for the Champions Chess Tour. Also to you guys, to Magnus, for having this. But I think it's temporary. It's only because of COVID that we're doing this. I like over the board much more. And it just the whole setting, looking the board and also playing from a tournament's perspective, playing seriously is just much different. I'm very sad that this finals didn't happen live, but it is what it is. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future. I'm hoping COVID will go away and regular chess will go back to normal as in the previous years. But I'm not sure. I heard you guys are planning to do it a second time next year.
Definitely.
So, yeah,
but don't you think over the board and online chess can sort of work hand in hand and actually give even more chess to the fans, because it's actually possible to play these big tournaments without having to travel all the time?
Yeah, maybe it's an addition, but I still think over the board should be the main focus and the main priority, because these online tournaments are quite long and they doesn't seem like much, but waking up every day at 7 in the morning for 10 days straight can also be demanding. So if you have online tournaments, let's say for 10 online tournaments a year, 9 days per tournament, that's already 90 days. And not to mention all the preparation, and there are other online tournaments as well. So there are only 360 days per year. So are you planning on having it bigger or smaller next year?
Always bigger. No, the whole format isn't set, but I think the latest news is that it's going to be 8 days next season. So
8 days per tournament.
Yeah, so a little bit shorter, but with a rest day in there as well.
True. Yeah, I think. I'm trying to focus on classical chess, trying to improve my rankings, and it's not possible to play classical chess online. So it's a very different way of playing chess. But I think it's going to be part of a chess player's career. You just have to be adept at all kinds of time control and also all kinds of 2D chess, 3D chess. But But yeah, I'm hoping COVID will go away first and foremost.
Well, we definitely agree on that, Wesley. And I want to say a big both thank you for all the entertainment you've given us throughout the season, and also a big congratulations. You've had so many fantastic results.
Oh yeah, thank you for your kind words. Yeah, thank you.
And hi to Bill as well.
Yeah, Bill is here. I've been here last 9 days, 10 days, and just making sure everything's good. He's done a great job, and yeah, thank you to you guys also. I think the players gave their best. The players gave their all, and unfortunately, I couldn't really fight for anything more than fourth. I mean, I couldn't really fight for second in this tournament, so this way it is. But I'm very excited to watch Magnus' upcoming match with Jan Nepomniachtchi, I must say. So.
Definitely. All right, Wesley, again, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the U.S. Championships.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for joining us. All right, Wesley So is finished for today. Magnus is finished for today. And Timur Radjabov is finished for today. He has won his match against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Wow, congratulations, Timur.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, this was a cool one. I mean, okay, he's not making a draw with knight b7, knight d6, but still, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine with me.
But the tournament you had and the last couple of matches, it's just been dominant. How do you feel about your performance?
I'm also sorry. I mean, there is an arbiter, Artyom. I mean, yes. He was here for last, I don't know, how can I? Yeah, he was here for last, I don't know, 10 days or something, or maybe 8 or something. Changing. Yeah, but I mean, at some point, I think yesterday he said that the games are boring, so I can just, substitute you and play some exciting chess.
You guys have become great friends, I guess.
No, well, I mean, you can be great friends with the arbiter, but still, yeah, as much as it's possible, yeah. But in general, I mean, yesterday after 2 games, I mean, he said that it's like so boring that I can't really watch it, so I'm going to play myself. And then I just decided to fight in the 3rd game, and that was a pretty bad decision, so I shouldn't listen to the arbiters anymore. And I just had a very bad position out of the opening against Shahryar in the 3rd one. But I think today, really played great in the 2nd game. I was very happy about it. He really was completely out of his book and his general knowledge of the structures and stuff. So I was very happy to have this position with white without any risk and just enormous pressure on black position that I could really, put there. I saw that maybe it can end in a draw at some point because, such positions, sometimes you win a pawn, but still it's draw because of the opposite color bishops. But when I won the game, I just saw that, I mean, I will look at the Carlsen-Wesley match and, hopefully Carlsen plays well today because he's going to the match soon. So probably he's having, a very good motivation for this last match. And it proved to be so. And actually, as far as I understand, even if I could lose the match, I mean, I would be 2nd, yeah.
Yeah, and we could see your reaction when winning the match here, that you were very happy. That is such a cool reaction. What does it mean to you to become 2nd in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021?
Yeah, I'm extremely happy, actually. I mean, if you don't count the other points, probably I would be a 1st here. But what is good is that, I mean, Magnus should go with a good mood for the World Championship match. And that's, that's fine with me. I mean, I'm very happy to be 2nd. I mean, it was a very hard year for me, personally. And I think that, once I had these victories and everything, and it really brought me a lot of pleasant moments, and I have great memories about the tour. I didn't play consistently well, but I played generally well in this tour. And even though I didn't manage to play well against Magnus and Wesley, I managed to play well against Magnus and Wesley in the last few days. Even though you can say that for Magnus, I mean, he was already winning the tournament, but you know that he's always unhappy to lose the match or something. So he's always fighting. And it's a great motivation for me that I've managed to beat him in this match of 4 games, and it will be a great motivation for me for the candidates. So other players have beaten many times, so it doesn't really impress me that much. I'm already a veteran of these events and so on. There are some youngsters that are almost 20 years younger than me, but Well, I don't know. I feel in shape now, and I'm very motivated and very happy that I've played this tournament. I was on the verge of not playing this tournament because of some issues, the health issues I had. But I'm so happy that I've managed to go through this first 3 days. Somehow still, just believing in my abilities to play the tournament. And I'm just happy that I've managed to do so. I'm super happy.
And we're so happy for you. And you mentioned it's been a difficult year, some health issue. Would you be open to telling us what has been going on?
Well, I'm from Azerbaijan, and we're generally not that happy to talk about all this, private matters and all this stuff. But generally, it was a hard year for me, and that's it. I mean, I think it's enough. For some interview, maybe on, I don't know, an Oprah show or something like this in the US, I will open up. They pay me millions, then it's fine.
All right. Ugh, I have to become like Oprah.
I'll keep it up. Yeah, I'll keep it up.
Timur, we're so happy for you on finishing this tournament off in such a spectacular fashion. And we hope to see you in the tour next year as well.
Also, I would like to certainly thank the organizers, the Chess24. You guys were amazing. To be honest, I mean, all of the friends that I've mentioned that the show is going on there, and they were watching the show, and they said that, I mean, it's just an amazing show in general. I mean, you have managed to put up the kind of show that we have never seen in chess world up to now, I think, and I'm so happy, guys, that you are there, and you've made a great show. I am very happy to be a part of this tour, and hopefully see you in the next one.
Definitely. Thank you so much for the kind words. That's warming our hearts. Thank you. All right, we'll see you later, Timur.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us. Oh, very nice with some kind words from Timur Radja, winning his match and ending up in second place in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021. But the games are not finished, you guys. We are heading into Game 3 between Duda and Nakamura. And the bar all the way over to Hikaru's side.
Yep, this game, I've been following it. It's been a wild one.
Oh.
Right now, Black has an extra knight, but in return, White has a couple of pawns. So it should be winning for Nakamura. The extra knight, the Black knight, is very strong. Also, Black has a dangerous pawn on that left side, but Duda's been making life as difficult as possible for the American. What do you think, Jovanka? Any chance of saving this one for White?
It's going to be an uphill battle, and I'm not referring to the actual position. I'm actually looking at the clock times. I mean, Hikaru has just under 9.5 minutes, whilst Duda is down to his last seconds. And that means that his play is just going to be a little bit more impulsive, instinctive, and there is a lot of room for making errors.
Yeah, definitely. And also look at that white bishop in the corner of the board right now. Forced back onto a square it's not happy on, and it will be dominated. So, OK, this has allowed Nakamura as well to centralise his knight. If we see a trade of rooks, then actually White's bishop in the corner is going to be a huge target. So it might not even be just one piece down. Black might well win a second piece. Nakamura, meanwhile, looking extremely calm, and Duda shaking his head.
Yeah, I think the game is going to end pretty soon because the rook is threatening to come down to the bottom row and give a check. Also, if the white king steps forward, the knight can actually check. And, OK, Duda is banking everything on his pawns, but it's going to be the rook that falls, and that's it. Game over.
There we go. Nakamura, bobbing his head, takes the win.
All right, and that means he is in the lead in this match. He's won 2 games. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has won 1 game, and that means Hikaru, with a draw in the next game, will be the winner of this match. Duda, he has to win the next one. It's a must-win situation to take it to tiebreaks for him. And, let's see if Jan-Krzysztof, he always wants to stay and look over his games. Good student to the game, but here he goes, heading back to the lounge. I'm interested to see if he will stop by Rune to give us some thoughts about his plans for that final game with a must-win situation.
And one curious thing that I must point out as well is in this matchup between Duda and Nakamura, Black has won every single game so far.
Wow.
So Duda, with Black in the next one, has some chances. It's not going to be easy, of course. Nakamura, notoriously difficult to beat, but Duda is not out of it yet. And he knows that Magnus Carlsen had a great day in the Oslo Arena. Giri as well, a solid day. He's going to be hoping that they can finish off this finals, the 3 of them, in good shape.
Yeah, in deep thought, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Yeah, he's going back to the lounge to prepare the 4th and final game. It's going to be a must-win situation for him. We have 2 matches going to 4 rapid games there, and maybe we will have those tiebreaks again on this final day. You said it was a crazy, crazy game, David. Could you take us through it?
Yeah, it started very early on, the craziness, and it did begin in this position. Sorry, I'm just rewinding here. And in this position, Nakamura initiated the craziness. And again, it's because white has an uncastled king. And here, because of this fact, because of the black queen staring at this king as well, we saw Nakamura drop his knight into the centre of the board, hitting the white queen, and this knight is poisoned, it's taboo. You cannot capture it because of that aforementioned pin. This led white to give a check, but after the black bishop blocked, Duda allowed some craziness. He brought his queen to the side of the board, and after the black pawn stepped forward, he simply castled his king. And suddenly, after this pawn push, the white queen was getting kicked around, it was getting hit, and we saw all sorts of craziness. But white, we mentioned that bad bishop. It's because of this bishop that he lost the game. This bishop was never able to participate, and in the end, Nakamura navigated those complications well and won. Yeah, great performance from him.
Definitely. All right. Now, of course, it's also all about Magnus Carlsen today. He's the winner of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021, has finished his match for today. But we're also announcing the videos that you guys have voted as your favorite moments from the 2021 tour. We have now reached number 3 on the list. And this was from when Magnus Carlsen finally won a tournament.
The players, they're playing so fast. We did see a bishop capture of the knight, a check, white's king had to move, another check, the king had to run, another check. The king is continuing its journey. This king now is caught in the middle. I think all black needs to do, well, every move is winning here, but all black needs to do is to maybe even push this pawn forward, and this checkmate is coming soon. Just cover this square. Wow, Naka he just resigns. He doesn't even wait to see Magnus's move.
Magnus Carlsen almost playing this to a checkmate.
It's very rare that we see a king in the run in the centre.
And, okay, Nakamura playing a defensive move. Nakamura offers a draw with that move, and Magnus accepts. Magnus wins the tournament.
Magnus Carlsen is the winner of the new In Chess Classic. The first tournament he wins in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Finally.
Oh, I'm really I don't think any of us played a particularly good match, but yeah, I don't care about that right now. I'm just so happy.
So that was your third favorite moment from the season that you have voted for. And we're also now, right away, going to show you your second favorite moment from the tour. This one also includes Magnus Carlsen. It also includes Magnus Carlsen winning. This was the first time Magnus Carlsen beat Wesley So in a final.
Look at that pawn. That pawn is a monster. There's just no stopping it whatsoever. I mean, Magnus has an amazing chance of striking back.
But Magnus blocking the white bishop. Is that just game over?
It is
3 seconds,
game
2
over.
seconds.
There's nothing to be done.
1 second.
The piece.
Magnus fights back.
Wow, look at that reaction from Magnus Carlsen. It is a comeback from the world champions, and we are heading to Armageddon.
He's going to lose on the clock, Wesley. If he doesn't lose on the board, he still needs to save it on the board, especially after that last move, White's rook getting active. Magnus wins.
Wow, look at that. Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon.
It's pretty sick. Like, I came back 5 times when I sort of needed to win. Absolutely insane. I'm just so happy to have pulled through.
That was a great moment for Magnus Carlsen and in the tour, showing all those feelings. And remember that you can own a moment from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021. If you head over to chesschamps.io, you can start collecting what we call NFTs. And now we are collecting your selfies. Let's take a look at what you guys are posting. Loving your selfies, you guys. And after the next games, we're going to announce the selfie winner that will get that very cool t-shirt, right? Signed t-shirt from all the 3 players there in the Oslo Arena. It's going to be cool. Yeah, so stay tuned for the winner of that. And we're actually going to head out to the lounge now because we have announced that even Anish Giri has taken on the world record attempt for setting up the board. So let's see how he did.
Well, we got a bit of a Iron is heavy. We got a bit of a celebrity here at our world record attempt. Anish Giri, we of course have your lucky charm over there with keeping the time. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm thinking of different strategies. Can I have a few attempts?
Yeah, sure. Like maybe you need to get Tari for some opening preparation?
No. It's okay. But I have a few different ideas I'd like to try out.
Okay, we will see how it goes. Okay. On your marks, you can start the time when you say go. All right. This is very good. Oh!
Yeah, you see? Inexplicable.
Very interesting opening strategy with the knight there, coming out early with the knight. Well, you can see those fingers are really good at placing those pieces, almost as if...
No comments.
No comments, okay, I will shut up. Sorry.
People don't like when during videos there is also like voiceover about what the fingers are doing. I'm just making sure we get another attempt because this one is not. So, how much?
42 seconds.
Okay, let's another one.
Oh, that's pretty good. You beat Arne already.
The world record again? 31. 31. Easy peasy, Anish.
No, but it's critical, yeah? 30 to 40 is 31 plus.
I'll say.
Okay, no comment from me this time.
Right. 3, 2. Oh yeah. Mix up and 3, 2, 1. Go.
Okay.
Oh!
One more.
Okay, so you beat me now. My personal best was 34. These guys are so competitive. And remember, guys, he's also playing like the most prestigious tournament also right now. Okay.
Right, and 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
30.
What?
It was, I missed the timer, but it was 30 seconds.
Oh, can we get a round of applause for Grandmaster Anish Giri? You said it was 30. Did you film? Did you get it on tape?
I'm pretty sure.
Amazing.
You can also measure the length of the video.
Right. Yeah, fantastic. Congratulations on possibly being the world champion, world record holder.
I'd thank the sponsors, the organizers of this prestigious event for this opportunity. I've been heading towards this moment my whole career, and I'm finally here. And I'd like to say it feels even better than I expected.
I can imagine. Well, best of luck in the rest of the tournament, or even though that's just a footnote now. Back to the studio.
Yeah. Wow, we have a new world record.
The speed, just the speed. We got to applaud him, right?
Yeah, we definitely do.
Yeah.
And David was in shock there. He was like, no, he's going to do it. I could see David's like,
Yeah.
Jealous.
Yeah.
Smashing the record there, Anish. Impressive stuff.
Give me some months and I'll be there.
And he's not even finished for today. He's played 3 draws so far, Anish Giri, against Artemiev. The 4th game is coming up in 9 minutes. And it's a good time, I think, Jovanka, to take some more questions from the viewers.
Yes, you know, to celebrate the end of the 2021 tour and in partnership with our friends at MasterCard, we would like to ask you to ask us the questions. It could be about memories, priceless moments. To get those questions answered by us in the studio, you have to use the hashtag ChessChamps and Priceless. And the first question is from Ryan Urban, who says, what is your favorite time format to play?
Ooh, good question. Just because I've been influenced by the tour, I'm going to say rapid chess. It's the perfect balance between long play, classical, and blitz.
And you've also done quite well in online rapid tournaments, right?
I've done okay. I'm mostly playing blitz these days just because I don't have the time for rapid. But yeah, either way, I love quick chess. It's more exciting. You get in the flow. It feels more like a sport. So that's got to be my answer.
Yeah, I have to say I agree with David. I mean, rapid time control is a nice balance. You can stress your opponents out a little bit more. And Sanjaya Bir Bikram Shrethat says, how do you remember all the chess games and positions? Yeah, that is
I wonder about this as well.
Yeah, I also wonder as well, even though it might seem like I know a bit more.
I guess it's our job to do that. No, I guess, yeah, it's just training from when we're young. When I was young, I used to read books all the time without a board, just try and envisage the positions, and it just ends up sticking. I guess it's all about pattern recognition, and it's just practice, practice, practice.
So I heard, and maybe you can confirm this, I kind of heard, because I think it's so mesmerizing as well, and it just sounds like the biggest geniuses to be able to memorize all of this. But I heard that it's kind of like memorizing, for example, the road from where you live to the first school you went to. I could walk that. I walked that road every day for 7 years. I could walk it in blindfold. I mean, just right there and then left and straight forward. I mean, and someone has said it's kind of like that with chess positions because you've just done it so many times.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it many times. Our hands have made the movement so many times. It's muscle memory. It's kind of lots of players. Some are very visual. Some need that kind of board to memorize. But either way, I think that's a good analogy. And it's like doing that, but in maybe hundreds of different roads. So.
Yes, and it's still very impressive.
Yeah, and Chronicler asks us, how has commentating the tour affected our play? Do you have your own ambitions at the board still?
Lots of ambitions, but I think you'll find out the answer soon, because both Jovanka and I will be playing a big tournament with some of the world's best players in Latvia later this month. And personally, I can't wait to test myself. How about you, Jovanka?
I can't wait. When this tournament finishes, I'm going to do like a Magnus Carlsen, 3 weeks of intense study.
And I'm going to be home with my foam fingers and like my shirts with David and Jovanka and cheering for you guys.
I guess it can't hurt, right? We've had front row tickets to some of the best players in the world. We've been learning from every game. I know we're commentating, but we're learning at the same time, and hopefully that will pay off.
I think it's important to keep that connection to chess. As long as your muscles are still working in that department, I think it's fine watching chess, commentating chess, as long as you're living and breathing the game.
Yeah. All right. Any more?
No, not yet, but I can... But if you do want to enter our quiz of the day, remember to send us your questions using the 2 hashtags Priceless and ChessChamps.
And we're going to head back into the lounge where Rune is standing. Is there more people taking on the world record attempt? I mean, Anish Giri, he set a new world record.
Yeah, that was amazing, and I have some hopes because Magnus, he's obviously very happy he won today, and he's been making some jokes, and I'll see if I can get him to see if he can beat Anish. And yeah, the vibe in here is just amazing. I am drinking some NFT. Promised myself I would say that, and yeah, everybody's just having a good time, still discussing the NFTs and. Of course, the only really serious guy is Duda. Giri's just walking around over there, just being completely chill, even though he's still in a big fight. Back to the studio.
Yeah, that looks nice. Oh, it looks like you guys are having such a good time doing that, and hopefully the world champion will join you to test the world record attempt. Do you think he would be good at that, David? As
Magnus, yeah, the annoying thing about him is he seems to be good at everything he puts his mind to, so I would love to see him try in order to try and beat Anish.
I agree. All right, but the finals has not finished, you guys. 2 matches have gone to game 4s. These are the results on the final day of the tour finals. Timur Rajabov winning 2 games against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave to win that match and secure 2nd place overall. Levon Aronian winning 2 games against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and winning that match and Magnus Carlsen also winning 2 games, winning his match against Wesley So after only 3 games. But this one, 3 draws between Vladislav Artemiev and Anish Giri. Game 4 is coming up. And if we have a winner, that player will be the winner of the match. If it is a draw, then we will have tiebreaks. And in this one, Hikaru Nakamura is up by 1 point. It's a must-win situation for Duda in Game 4 to take it to tiebreaks. And you did say, because he will have the black pieces, right?
Yeah, and the players in that match, they're on a winning streak for black. So not all hope is lost. Usually when players have the black pieces, we say, okay, it's going to be an uphill struggle. But for Duda, anything is still possible.
And these are the head-to-head scores between these two. In the tour, they haven't faced each other too many times, definitely not. 2 wins for Hikaru, 1 win for Duda. But Duda, I mean, he's been just getting better and better and better this whole year.
Yeah, and he seems really comfortable, really confident here in the Oslo arena. He's been looking focused, he's notched up some great victories, and if he can fight back now, no matter how the Blitz tiebreaks go, he will look back on a very successful tournament. The future is definitely bright for the young Polish player.
And he will have black pieces now in Game 4, but it's a must-win situation for him to take it to those tiebreaks. It's gonna start in about 2 minutes. So we do have time for some more questions.
Okay. Yeah, I can read some more questions out. And John T says, no, hang on. I'm going to go to VAR with a very interesting question, which I too would like to know the answer to. Will David Chili Willy Howell make a comeback next season?
A comeback in terms of eating chilies?
Yes.
The answer to that one is no. I'll make a comeback with challenges. I'll make a comeback hopefully here in the commentary seat, and we'll see. I'm not sure I'm brave enough to take on these players, though. That's if that was the question. Either way, I'll be back.
And John T finally asks, what player earned the most except Magnus Carlsen, considering the overall earnings?
Ooh, good question.
That is a good question. I think that information's available on Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be. I actually don't know the answer.
And now considering that Rajabov could, he's in 2nd place, so he's probably him.
Okay, so it's going to be Timur Rajabov or Wesley So. We will try and find out that information for you at some point.
Yeah. What we do know is that Magnus Carlsen is getting $100,000 for winning the finals, and 2nd place gets $60,000. 3rd place gets $40,000. And here comes Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He has had a great tournament overall. He's overall won 4 of his matches, and now he is fighting to take this one to tiebreaks and to not lose it in the rapid portion to Hikaru Nakamura. Has he been one of the most impressive players coming in as a wild card as well?
Yeah, Duda, he knew it was going to be an uphill struggle right from the first day when he started with 0 points, playing catch up on all his rivals, but he's definitely impressed us. Also with his fighting spirit, it's not just the fact that he's been racking up some points, it's the style in which he's been getting those points with some really amazing victories, beating some real strong opponents like Levon Aronian. But of course, he's young, he's ambitious, he will want to end on a high. A loss here against Nakamura might well take some of the shine off what has been a great event for him.
Definitely. Oh, and here we go.
The games have kicked off, and we have a French defense on the board, and whoa.
Wow, Hikaru Nakamura, he only needs a draw, but he's played one of the most rare responses to the French defense. Look at Duda's face. Also look at the evaluation bar. The evaluation bar hates Nakamura's last move. This is something we normally see when players are first learning the game, bringing the queen out to try and deliver an early checkmate, something that we call the scholar's mate. But Duda will not fall for that. And the white
I would
queen...
fall for that. No. Here you can't. No one can fall for it in this particular position.
Not right now, no. And okay, Duda instantly replies by pushing his pawn forward. And I think Hikaru Nakamura, maybe he wants to play a type of bomb cloud opening. Does he want to, next move, push the white king forward? It's really, really surprising stuff. I'm struggling to explain the reasoning behind white's queen sortie there. Basically, definitely never, ever try this, please, to any viewers, because the white queen is going to get harassed. She's going to have to lose time. And I think this is just Nakamura playing one of his pet lines, playing to the fans and trying to surprise Duda.
if I would kind of concoct a story what happened, I think Hikaru just assumed that Duda would be actually picking up his king's pawn and moving it 1 square further. This makes no sense whatsoever.
And here we go. White's queen is about to step back, but she could have gone here on move 2. That would have been perfectly viable. Instead, Hikaru Nakamura has gone for what is quite a trendy line, but he's done it with 1 less move. So he's just lost a move for free, and Duda will be very happy about that. Meanwhile, we've lost connection with Nakamura with his camera. We'll get him back as soon as possible. And meanwhile, Duda's knight under fire. He will step back with that knight, and the game will go on. Nakamura hasn't necessarily blundered. He hasn't ruined his position too much, but Black, being given a free development move, will be very happy.
Yeah, he will be very happy. I certainly would be. Well, he hasn't even moved his knight back. He's actually just dived in with his knight to the centre, attacking the queen. The queen has retreated, but OK.
Very surprised by this, I must say, Jovanka. I don't understand why Black has now chosen to lose time with his pieces. Black's knight jumped forward and then it was kicked back. So very weird, wonderful stuff here in this game. White, meanwhile, creating a pawn chain. And Nakamura, clearly see on the camera there, he's clearly having fun. Just listening to some music, listening to some tunes, and he's got quite an original position at an early stage. This is quite typical for a French defence, but usually we would see White's pieces out and about. It's nicely centralised. Now Duda has to strike before White's pieces do finally start to join the action.
Yeah. And what do you think about White having been forced to push a pawn forward to defend the pawn in the middle of the board? Because, you know, that looks very nice. Normally I'm a big fan of it, but it does block in the dark squared bishop. And, well, the craziness is going to continue because Black has now challenged the pawn in the middle of the board. Now, it looks a bit crazy, but it is a little bit strategical at the same time.
Yep. The strategy is to trade off a pawn on the wing for a pawn that's nearer the centre. And after this move by Duda, we saw Nakamura laughing, chuckling away. He knows that he's played something crazy in the opening, and Duda is embracing that. He's meeting fire with fire right now. And there we go, the white knight developing. And this has invited Black to gain even more time by pushing a pawn forward. And, yeah, again, we saw that game between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, where they were both having fun, breaking the rules for getting piece development, not castling. This time, it's more of the same, with 2 of the best players in the world clearly enjoying this final day of the tour.
Love it.
Yeah, and now Nakamura's knight is attacked. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to sacrifice it in somehow. He seems to be in that type of mood. White's knight now on the edge of the board, and after Duda protected a pawn with his own pawn, Nakamura is trying to break open Black's structure on that right side. OK. Personally, I think this opening has worked out OK for White. I'm still not in love with it for Nakamura, but this is the most he could have hoped for after developing his queen out there in controversial fashion earlier. Jovanka, you're chuckling.
I'm just chuckling because look at Hikaru. I mean, if you had this position and, you know, you're playing Hikaru and you look at him and he's bopping his head like crazy, and what would you be thinking?
I've played him plenty of times, Jovanka, where he has been bopping his head like that, even without the music, even without the headphones. So, yeah, the one thing I've learned from Nakamura, and I think the one thing that a lot of the opponents have learned, is to just try and not get flustered by his actions. Whether he's winning or losing, he'll be making some kind of face.
Yeah. And you mentioned not getting flustered a bit, but for some people, like seeing Hikaru doing that, that would be a source of amusement. They would be like, yeah, you know, carry on doing that, using the energy. Whilst I find it funny. Whilst other players find it off-putting. I must admit, I once played an opponent who was gurning away like crazy, just making these strange faces and questioning my every single decision. And I was looking at him and I was going, my position is good. I don't understand. And when he sacrificed the queen, I say sacrificed, it really wasn't. I was too afraid to take it because there were too many expressions. And then... yeah, this one also made the newspapers as a shocking lack of confidence. OK, so the creativity continues on the board.
OK, so there we see the pawn structure in the centre and on the right side has completely locked down. And Nakamura, rather than getting tempted to play the en passant move, capturing Black's f-pawn on the last turn as if it just moved 1 square, He resisted that temptation and brought his knight out to the edge. So Nakamura, he's hoping that the pawn structure, where with white having a strong pawn in the middle, favours him. He does have a bit more space. Black's position is quite hard to kind of break out from. It's very difficult. I mean, it's hard to imagine, for example, more open lines in the position. And Nakamura, he does tend to like the slower, longer games. So despite the fact it was a crazy opening, now play will slow down and we'll see a lot of manoeuvring from either side. How will Black get his bishops, his queen into the game? And how will White's pieces also activate? This one, it could well just completely get blocked up, but that won't suit Duda. He needs a win with Black.
Mm-hmm.
And
do you think Duda would be tempted to expand as much as possible on the left? And just, you know, keep the king somewhere in the middle of the board.
So this king, now that the centre has been blocked, is perfectly safe in the middle of the board. And you want to just push this pawn, Jovanka, and maybe expand with more black pawns. So, for example, if the pawn steps forward, say the white knight retreats, because what else is it doing at the side of the board? Then black can gain space. And maybe this is very sensible. We might even... OK, well, you guessed it again, Jovanka. Yep. Your guessing game on point this season, and we could end up seeing a pawn structure like this one. Look at this. This is really rare. This pawn structure for white, kind of pointing like an arrowhead forward. Meanwhile,
oh, it's so nice.
Yeah, this pawn structure, super nice for white, actually. And actually, we're going to get this on the board. And if you compare black's structure, he's kind of more towards the wings. White controlling the centre, but black pointing in this direction and in this direction. I mean, look at the black pawns, all on light squares. We could even see a scenario with all of the white pawns on dark squares, but this would be too blocked, and Duda needs to win. So, OK, not quite that formation, very similar. And after white stepped forward with his pawn in the middle, we did see a trade in the centre here. And now white's king feels free to not castle. White's king is actually going to hide behind its pawns. You don't have to castle if the centre is blocked. And that's why I think this last couple of moves really will make Nakamura happy. The white king will be perfectly safe. Meanwhile, with this pawn structure in the centre, white will also be able to frustrate black. And, OK, controversial decision here from Duda. This shows he needs to win. He's traded and now brought his queen out. He's attacking this pawn with his knight, with his queen. White's bishop defending, of course. But the problem for black now is, look at the dark squares. If a white knight ever ends up on a square like this one, or a square like this one, it's going to be game over. Black has no influence at all over the dark squares. And also, the worst placed piece on the board belongs to black. Look at this piece. It looks like a big pawn. It's doing the same job as a pawn. It's never, ever going to become active unless Nakamura is careless. So, personally, I don't like this from Duda, but he has to take risks. He has to hope that Nakamura isn't accurate. And in the current position, I think white should be very nicely placed. For example, you can bring the white rook across and lift it up to try and attack this black queen, which is offside and stranded.
Yeah, I like that plan that you've highlighted. And I have always thought that doubling the pawns, it looks very tempting, but not good.
These pawns, they look weak, they are doubled, but they're easily defended by the white queen. And more importantly, you've lost all influence over the dark squares. White's bishop later on will try and drop back and come into the heart of the black position, where it will be unchallenged long term.
All right. Well, we know Duda, he has to win this game to take it to tiebreaks. Is this a kind of game where that is very possible, because it's complicated?
Yeah, it's still definitely possible. All three results on the cards. And, OK, Duda embracing the craziness still by sacrificing a pawn. He's jumped in with a knight, so he's actually got rid of white's bishop pair, eliminated white's better bishop, the light squared bishop, but it has come at the cost of one of black's central pawns. Nakamura, I've noticed from watching him online, playing him online, if you give him a pawn, most likely he'll take it unless he sees any immediate punishment, any immediate consequences. Black's compensation long-term does lie in the light squares. So we mentioned black gave up all the dark squares with an earlier bishop trade. Now he has complete control over the light squares. He just needs to activate his bishop somehow. Black's bishop still takes a few moves to get into the game. What do you think, Jovanka? Chances for Duda, or critical moment already now? Critical moment already.
Like you say, the bishop is not in the game. It needs to take a step forward. It can't get out. And white's rooks, as you displayed, you know, they're just getting active. Yeah. And also the black knight as well. The white knight is going to just reroute itself so the rook can lift itself up.
OK, and I was saying big threat on the board, but black ignores it, creating a counter threat. White's knight was actually threatening to come forward and take a pawn using a pin from the white queen towards the black rook, but now black has created his own idea of using the black queen. Firstly, he's taking a pawn back, but he's trying to use that black queen to slide down to the second rank to check the white king from the side, and that would be incredibly annoying for Nakamura. The white king lacking escape squares. So his second rank is vulnerable. He needs to defend it. He needs to stop the black queen checking, and he does that by retreating his bishop. Okay, interesting. So the black queen now, does she offer a trade of queens, or does she escape? Does she run the whole way back? And there's no entry squares into the white king position anymore. White has covered every square in his own camp.
Offer a trade of queens. The position is getting too shaky for black. And I know it's a must-win situation, but black will have better chances in an endgame.
Okay, yep, I would be likely to agree there. Maybe you could make a small argument for bring the black queen back the whole way, actually to park the black queen next to the black king, as he does.
Look at that.
I think he just wants to avoid an endgame, because in an endgame it's going to be difficult to win. But passive
like
temporarily.
Don't like it at all. Passive, like you say, and also all white needs to do is just push the pawn on the A pawn 2 squares forward. Bishop will come out. Dark squares.
Dark squares, yeah. First, Nakamura improves his rook.
Stops the light square bishop from developing.
And Duda, look at his face there, blowing out, puffing out his cheeks. He knows it's difficult. He knows that creating a win from this is going to be tough. And yeah, it's all because of the passivity of black's pieces. Actually, all of them now, apart from the black knight, back on their first rank, back where they started the game. White's rook now, this rook that has just moved on an open line. The other white rook will be on an open line once the white knight retreats, as Jovanka mentioned. And yeah, also white has ideas of breaking open the centre. White does have an extra central pawn, so you do have the ability to open up lines. Nakamura, meanwhile, looking very, very confident. Barely spent any time at all. This is Nakamura in the flow, as they say, when everything's going your way.
He's probably, so if he wins the match in the rapid portion, he will finish in 4th, right? He's going to be on the same score as Levon Aronian. And will...
Levon Aronian, no, Wesley So is in 4th right now.
Sorry, yeah, of course. This is not updated. No chance to catch up with him, of course. But he will end up in 5th place.
That's also a great finish, top half.
And the queen has dropped 1 square down, and I think Nakamura is getting ready to put the bishop on the edge of the board, attack the black queen, and then the bishop will park itself on the d6 square, and then that is going to be such a beautiful piece. You know, we dream of putting bishops on those squares, don't we, David?
Yep. Bishops on any diagonal where they can't be challenged, especially in the opponent's camp. Bishops are normally long-range pieces, so you keep them tucked away in your own territory, just saving them for later. But if they do get active, bishops can be devastating pieces, especially here where black lacks a dark square bishop. Black lacks any pawns on dark squares as well, no control over that colour complex. And Duda shaking his head. He knows the last few moves have been disastrous for him. Nakamura has full control. That's the most important thing. In a situation where you need to win, when your opponent controls and covers every single square, that's definitely demoralising.
Yeah, it is demoralising. It's also potentially the last game of a tournament. That kind of sets the mood for the next tournament. And the last thing you want to do is finish the tournament on a loss. Like, even if you've had the worst tournament in the world, if you finish with a victory, it's like, oh, it's okay. I'm still good. I'm still a great chess player.
And likewise, if you've had the best tournament in the world, if you finish on a loss, you don't remember all the wins. You only remember the sour taste of that final defeat. And maybe just to show and illustrate why Nakamura is so dominant right now and why Duda looks distraught, it's simply because this queen retreat by white covers this square in the corner. And, yeah, this bishop is going to use the square, no matter what black does. For example, if he brings his rook to the side. Actually, this also allows the white knight in. But, OK, let's check out Duda's move. After he pushes this pawn, white's bishop is quite likely to land on the side of the board and hit this black queen. If black doesn't block this attack with the black knight, then simply the bishop does park itself in the middle. And this bishop is going to cut the board in half. And it's going to control so many squares, paralysing the black queen, paralysing the black king. No way past this bishop for the rest of the game. It's going to be a bit of a guardian of all those dark squares. And I think Duda's idea after this pawn push is to give up a pawn, give up his knight for this bishop to block its entry into his position. Yes, White can take this knight at any moment he wants. He can probably wait and delay it, but at least he's blocked the diagonal of this piece. And there we see Nakamura. He doesn't even need to rush with his bishop jumping in. First, he uses his rook, and huge, massive threat on the board right now. If Black ignores it, if Black just moves his rook, then suddenly rook takes knight will win the game, because after Black recaptures, this would be a double attack, a fork. So in the current position, rook takes knight is a winning threat for Nakamura. If he takes this piece, it's game over. You have to either move it or run away with the Black king. I think you need to move this knight, for example, to this square and hope that you do block the White bishop's diagonal. Either way, it's not going to be easy. White's bishop can still pin this knight, and suddenly everything is coming forward. White's rook is supremely well placed. White's queen on an open line. White's bishop pinning as well. And look at this. This rook in the corner, which has been doing nothing, is going to also mobilize and team up with its queen. The Black king now a massive target.
Yeah. Painful position for Duda. You know, Hikaru has complete domination over the board, the dark squares, and also just take a look at the queen and the open C line. It's a very tough time for Duda here. And
Black queen as well. If you compare the queens, that alone is enough to show that White is in control.
Yeah. And whilst Duda is trying to find that miraculous save, all the best chances, we are asking you to ask us the questions. And Erica de Guzman says, she asks us, what's our most special or most memorable win in chess?
Good question. I would say either beating a grandmaster when I was 8, just because that was the moment I realised I was truly in love with chess.
And it was a world record?
And it was a world record, talking of world records today. Or maybe beating Levon Aronian in Gibraltar in 2019, because, I don't know, I've beaten some of the top players in the world, but that one with Black and in quite nice style, that just felt like a bit of a breakthrough after I'd been stuck at the same level for a long time. It felt like, OK, this is the moment.
Yeah.
How about you, Jovanka? Black's queen there, just moving out the way.
Yeah, for me, I guess it has to be the first time. Well, it has to be the time I won the European under-20 girls. And that was always a dream of mine since I was tiny, to win one of these World or European Junior Championships. And I just remember that every single day, I would get so nervous and I'd have to talk myself down. I'd say, no, just think about all the people who are fighting for their lives and you're just here sitting there stressing about a game. And I would play everything down, and then it kind of gave me a lot of confidence.
Cool.
And it was a nice moment. And I thought, finally, I will get there on the podium and hear the national anthem. That's always been a dream of mine.
No.
No, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Well, this is going to betray my age, but it's because our federation didn't send a cassette. No, with our national anthem. And so the organisers said, you know what, she can sing it. And so that whole closing dinner, I was stressing about singing my own national anthem.
No.
And,
do you know the lyrics? Do you know the lyrics?
I don't know beyond the first verse.
That sounds
Nobody does, right? In the UK.
OK, so meanwhile, there has been a significant trade. The bishop has traded itself for the knight, but in return, Black's pawn is going to drop off the board.
I don't like it, Jovanka. I think Nakamura maybe could have just grabbed that pawn, that Black pawn, that intruder in the white half, and had a dominating position still. But suddenly the Black queen might be able to activate herself. And I'm not sure which line she should choose, which square she should choose, but some small dangers for Nakamura if that Black queen does get active. And yeah, I think he's maybe just rushing. He knows that he's in control. He knows that White should be winning this game, or should at least have been in the past. But this decision feels a bit hasty. Black's queen could slide across 2 squares, or maybe across 3 squares towards the White rook, and some small faint hope here for Duda. Still difficult task. The evaluation bar, though, does confirm that White's advantage is not as great as it used to be. And, OK, the clock times, though, not looking good for Duda.
That's true.
Yeah. And, yeah, totally. No, it's not good. And whilst we're waiting for a move, Mike D also has a question. If you could play a chess tournament in any decade, which would it be?
any decade before the decade I was born, because then I would have been, well, that's what I'm saying, literally any decade before 1990, because then I would have avoided Carlsen, I would have avoided Karjakin, I would have avoided Vachier-Lagrave. Unfortunately, any tournament I played after that seemed to be facing these guys. And okay, I will say the 1960s. It was quite a fun decade. Lots of great players around. Fischer reaching his peak in that era, and Mikhail Tal was around as well. Would have been fun.
That would have been a lot of fun.
Oh, I can imagine.
I'm kind of leaning towards you as well. 1950s, 1960s. It would have been quite a kind of like you kind of travel the world and play chess. And of course, the way of traveling was totally different then. So,
and also, of course, we have a few moves, but Queen's Gambit. Is that ish around that time?
Yep, I think it was based around the 60s.
Yeah.
And great time for chess. Lots of interesting personalities in the chess world. Lots of bohemian characters, lots of great stories from that time. Meanwhile, in this game, Nakamura has indeed won a pawn. That was his plan all along. But Duda has at least activated his pieces. Black's rook there has moved up the board, closer to the white camp. Also, that black rook on the edge wants to maybe swing across to the c-line and try and challenge white there. The black queen, much better placed than she previously was. So some hope, some light at the end of the tunnel for Duda. Is still difficult because white controls the dark squares and white is a pawn up, but that pawn isn't going anywhere yet. So, okay, Duda, he knows he needs to win. That's the issue. Maybe he could draw this game, maybe he can hold it with a bit of luck, but winning is a whole different matter. Nakamura is still looking very, very happy, very, very emotive.
Yeah, he is looking happy, isn't he? But, OK, the rook comes now to challenge the black queen. OK, but the black rook, like you say, is going to slide itself across.
Yep, the black rook can block this threat to the black queen. I don't think you want to retreat with her right now. White's rooks are just too strong. You need to trade one of them off. And that must have been Duda's idea with his last move, that black rook lift.
I think Hikaru is just, I think he knows he could have put much more pressure on.
Oh, wow. And OK, Duda takes a pawn with his rook, but this looks like a big blunder, and he realised immediately, you saw it on his face. Now white can simply take that with his queen, and black, after taking the rook, would actually lose a piece. So Duda, he just resigns. It ended so suddenly, and Nakamura super happy with that win.
Yeah. That means it's over for these two as well. Hikaru Nakamura wins the final match and secures his spot as number 5 in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he was a wild card in this tournament, and he's been playing quite good, even if he loses this final match. Let's see if he goes by Rune to have a thought. Okay. There is, let's do an analysis, of course, of this final game, Demi. We want to see how Hikaru secured his final win of the season.
Yes, and it was actually a big blunder from Duda at the end, ending the tournament on a difficult note there. We must say Black's position isn't that great, but if he had blocked this attack to the black queen with his own rook by swinging it across, he would still have been in the game. We might have seen a set of trades and the tension would have been maintained. Instead, Duda got ambitious. He thought that Nakamura had maybe missed a trick, but Nakamura very rarely misses tactics. Black's rook came down, taking a pawn, and he thought, OK, if the white rook takes the queen, then black's rook takes a queen, and this is a check, and we would have just seen a set of trades. And actually here, Duda has decent chances because of this pawn later running forward. Instead, however, he had simply missed that Nakamura could take this rook off the board. He thought, OK, I get white's rook in return, but at the very end, white's rook slides across, and this is what caused Duda to resign. This is a double attack, hitting the black queen and hitting the black bishop at the top of the board at the same time, and white's rook also defended by its queen. No matter where the black queen goes, this bishop would drop off, and that is why Duda gave up.
And that means it's over the season for him as well. And there is still one final game left in the rapid portion, at least, in the season. Anish Giri against Vladislav Artemiev. They are tied before game 4. If we have a winner here, then that will be the winner of this match. If it's a draw, then tie breaks. So what does this look like?
Wow, despite what the evaluation bar says, this is anything but a drawn position right now. This one is really wild. Temporarily, Anish Giri was actually a piece up, but his rooks were forked. The rooks were double attacked by the Black Knight, and Anish Giri had to give up one of his rooks, and there he's just moved the White Knight away from the Black Rook. That White Knight was threatened, so Black's Knight in the corner right now, it isn't quite trapped. It has one safe square to go to, but if Anish can win that Black Knight in the corner, he has a material advantage. So I think Black here has to either give up that Knight and try and trade rooks in the process, or if he retreats that Black Knight, we might see some complications, some tricks and some tactics. So, okay, what do you think, Jovanka? Personally, I'm struggling to evaluate this one. I think both sides have winning chances. This is a really complex endgame.
Yeah, I must admit, I don't know. I don't even know what's even going to happen. Say if Black chooses not to retrieve the Knight out of the corner. Say Black decides to double the rooks and kind of says, hey, you know, I will play with a rook against the bishop and a knight, but I will have these two amazing pass pawns.
Yeah, let's show this on the board just to show why we're so confused, why it's so difficult to evaluate. Temporarily, Black is actually up. Black is up a rook for just a bishop, but it's all about this knight in the corner right now. Black's knight, it's almost trapped. If it does try and retreat, protected by its own rook, then we would see a pin. White's rook would slide across, and this would be really nasty. The knight cannot now move because the Black rook would drop off. If the Black rook defends, by the way, then we will see White's knight jumping in, and so many tricks, so many attacks. The Black rook now lacking squares. So this, I think, would rebound on Artemiev if he gets greedy and tries to save this knight. The move Jovanka mentioned there was to bring the Black rook across. Giving up this knight in the corner, Giri probably just takes it right now, but then this would allow the Black rook to come down with a check. We would see a trade of rooks, and after White blocks the check, suddenly these two pawns are free to run. And I don't think the White Knight is ever able to stop these Black pawns. They're going to march down the board together, and one of them might be stopped, but the other one will become a new queen and will promote. So right now, that is the dilemma facing Anish Giri if Vladislav Artemiev brings his rook across. Just having said that as well, maybe this check is the most important threat to avoid. Maybe White has to step his bishop back and preempt that check, hoping that now, if the Black rook does come down, then at least the White rook is free. It will not trade itself off, and it can go and grab some pawns. This one is still in the balance. Anything can happen.
Okay.
Oh, Anish, he has taken this.
No, don't take the knight.
Okay, now in the current position, look at this. This Black rook, as we said, it's just pinning this knight, and now these two pawns are running. Vladislav Artemiev, I think, is going to win this game. This Black pawn's going to march forward. How is Anish ever going to stop this guy? I think Anish there, he assumed he had to take that piece. Look at Artemiev's camera as well, leaning forward, suddenly more interested in the position than before. I think Anish just rushed that decision. If you see a knight up for grabs, most of the time you take it, but sometimes this rare occasion, you need to make an exception and you need to stop your opponent's threat.
And you know, I kind of latched onto this idea because I remember a long time ago I tried to learn a different type of opening, and I remember with my then trainer that we studied this type of sacrifice, and we're like, yeah, the pawns were just going to be marching through, and now they're just walking, like you say, holding hands.
Yeah, they're going to decide the game. This one is simply going to be over. I think White will struggle to stop those two Black pawns. They're connected, and that's the key. One pawn you could stop with your bishop, but two pawns you won't be able to. And it doesn't help that White's knight is also pinned and paralysed. And, yeah, I think a difficult finish here for Anish Giri is most likely right now. Vladislav Artemiev also, we're used to time trouble from him. We're used to him being very low on the clock, but 4.5 minutes here when the plan is crystal clear, like Black's is, pushing pawns, it should be more than sufficient to win this game.
Yeah. Yeah, just push pawns, push them, baby, as American Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan likes to say. And this is just the whole essence of the position. And it's a sad decision, actually, for Anish, because it looked like a huge fight on the hands. And one careless slip and
this will decide the match as well.
Exactly. And, well... have quite a funny question from Adam Wilcox. You know, for our quiz of the day, we're asking you to send us your questions and your comments, your memories and priceless moments. And Adam Wilcox asks us, what Grandmaster would do the best in a hot dog eating competition?
That's one thing I would love to do.
David, you go first.
Okay, I'll say myself, just because I don't want to hurt anyone else's feelings.
Well, we see Magnus eating all the time. Oh, and my bet is on Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Yeah.
I mean, Magnus would win the noodle eating competition.
Yeah.
Maxime would win the nuts and fruit eating competition.
Yeah, eating under pressure competition.
And also another question from Carl the Baker, who asks us, in our opinion, what is the strongest and most robust opening for white and black?
Ooh, for black, I'm not going to say what the strongest is. I know you're going to say the Caracan defence.
Yeah, there was a word, robust.
Robust. I will say the Berlin defence for black, just because we've seen it throughout the tour so many times and it's difficult to break down. It's difficult to win. But for white, oof. London system.
London system.
Yeah. As soon as you said it, yeah, that has to be the answer.
Yeah.
You can play it against anything. Whenever you have the white pieces, it's the same system every time and you're rock solid.
Yeah, and if you want an opening with a cool name, you could choose the Stone Wall. It does what it says on the tin.
Stonewall Dutch.
Yes. And Omar Adlib says, how old were you when you participated in your first tournament?
I think I was 5. How about you, Jovanka?
Round about the same. I was very young, and it was my mother who insisted that I should play because they needed a reserve, and the rook moves to attack the bishop, and my father was like, no, she's too young, and I ended up winning a prize. And after that, they were like, oh, she's going to play.
Yeah, and I'm glad they did say that. Meanwhile, the black rook attacking white's bishop in the middle of the board. The white bishop is stuck on this square. It has to be protected because it wants to do a defensive job against the black pawns on that left flank, and therefore Anish Giri cements his bishop in the middle with a pawn. But this has also opened up the second rank, so black's rook has more access to deliver checks to the white king. And Artemiev, we mentioned that 4.5 minutes should have been enough time to win this game, but he has slowed down. He's been spending a lot of time over the last couple of moves, and he did shake his head slightly, Artemiev. So maybe he's just second-guessing himself. Maybe he's doubting whether the win is so straightforward. The win is less straightforward than maybe I thought, because white's knight is going to come across to the left side soon and try and sacrifice itself for some of the black pawns. For example, Anish right now is dreaming of giving up his knight for those 2 black pawns on the left. But I think there should be ways for Artemiev to make sure that the white knight can't give itself up for both pawns. And huge threat on the board. Right now, black is threatening to take the white bishop with his rook. And once you eliminate that bishop, this white pawn that has just, this black pawn, sorry, that has just advanced will run through to become a new queen. So how does Anish Giri stop this pawn? He has to move his knight, but which direction do you push that knight? Do you bring it towards the left on the second rank, or do you move it up to the third rank?
I feel like you should put it on the second row, just so that when the blockade comes, the blockade will come on the light squares.
But maybe that loses a piece immediately, Jovanka, if white's knight brings itself to the second row. Black's rook will come down and create a pin. And
and then that just means that the pawn can just escort itself forward under the protection of the rook. So that's not good. So then you need to move it to the third.
Yeah, you might have to. OK, Anish Giri. OK, first, he doesn't move his knight, he pushes a pawn forward. So I don't think black's idea works anymore. If black's rook gets greedy and takes off the white bishop, then white's central pawn will actually march forward 1 square, this pawn that has just been pushed. So, and there's no way to stop it. It would become a new queen. So Anish Giri has set a nasty trap. I think Vladislav Artemiev needs to do something about this white pawn. He needs to take it off the board or use the black king to come across and block it. So, OK, Giri's threat, his trap, didn't quite work. I think that will be a bit frustrating for him. He was hoping that Artemiev would spend more time dealing with that threat. And now it is finally the moment for white's knight to join the defence. White's knight has to rush over to that left side. But how and in which direction? That's the key. I still think move it up to the e3 square, that white knight, stop any black checks from the rook. It looks mightily scary still, I must say, but I think the other knight moves might well just fail anyway.
Yeah. No, I think you have to go to the third row as well. But then Black still has this super simple plan of just pushing the pawns.
Yeah. Maybe you could argue for putting White's knight on the d2 square, and then when Black's pawn later advances, you just give up your white bishop for one pawn and hope that the white king and knight together, they'll stop the other black pawn. But
yeah, but somehow you kind of want to keep the bishop. You feel like somehow there's more chances with the bishop.
Are you slightly confused, Jovanka? Because I'm confused about the evaluation bar. It says it's not a huge advantage for Black, but to me, this looks like a winning advantage with best play.
Aha. Okay, I didn't look at the evaluation bar. I just, to me, it also seems totally winning.
Yeah, Black's pawn's just too strong on the left, but the evaluation bar, not that impressed, not influenced by those black pawns. Okay, does that mean there's a miraculous defense for Giri? I don't see it yet. I think he's going to have to give up one of his pieces, the bishop or knight, for one of those two black pawns on the left.
And Anish burning time on his clock to find something. Yeah, maybe we can bring up the analysis board and see whether we can show the potential chances. Yeah, okay, so the first move that we rejected was just the knight going to the second row. And that didn't seem to work because the rook can just slide down, line itself up against the knight and king. And once the king's defense, then Black can simply step the pawn forward.
Yep, he's about to make a new queen, so White would actually have to part with his bishop here. If you block and try and use your white knight as a blocker, then Black actually checks and takes this white knight off the board. Next move, making a new queen. So right now, I think this would force White's bishop to give itself up, and we would reach a scenario where, okay, even after a trade of pawns here, Black still has this guy. This is the key. White has a 4 versus 2 advantage on the right, but that is very slow to mobilize, and this pawn might well cost White his knight as well, long term. So this looks very, very strong for Black. Still some work to be done, but if Anish Giri can't move his knight forward, then what else? If you move your knight forward in this fashion, then Black's pawns simply march down the board. And as we mentioned, huge, huge threat. If White is careless, for example, bringing his king towards the pawns, then Black would simply give up his rook for this bishop, cutting the bishop's defense of this black pawn. And after a trade, we would see Black about to make a new queen. And okay, he does march his knight forward towards this direction. So now Black cannot take this bishop off because the white knight is actually going to come back and block in the corner. So Black instead just pushes his pawn forward. Very logical. And these two eventually will cost White a piece.
Wow. So it's still looking very good for Artemiev in this game.
Yes.
And of course, Anish is also burning a lot of time on his clock now, trying to defend this. He has proven to be exceptionally good at defending.
Yeah, and he'll need to show off all of those skills right now. The only issue for Anish as well is that Artemiev is great in the endgame. Every time we seem to get Artemiev in an endgame, he seems to win them. Even against the best players, even against the likes of Carlsen. So Anish, uphill struggle. He needs to use his defensive skills, all of his resourcefulness as well.
Okay, so he drops his bishop back, but the bishop is not anchored. It can be chased.
There might be a trap in the position. If Black's rook comes down to attack that white bishop, White's pawn in the middle will actually come up and give a check. Okay, we have to show this because there's a chance for Artemiev to blunder if he's careless.
He's done it!
Has Artemiev blundered? Or...
Has he done it, or is it okay?
Oh, no, it's okay, I think.
Okay.
Artemiev has spotted that in this position he couldn't take this white pawn because of a nasty knight fork. This would drop the black rook, but instead he marched his king across, and now after a check, White cannot now give a check and take the black rook. If the black king moves, then suddenly, if he takes this rook, suddenly these two pawns are running. White's bishop can't stop them both. If the white bishop drops back, one of the pawns will sacrifice themselves so that the other one will run through and make a new queen. Wow, Artemiev, he spotted he can sacrifice everything and make a new queen. Let's go back to Anish because Black is about to win this game.
And it's over, I think. Anish, well, shortly, taking his headphones off. That usually is a sign he is about to resign.
Yeah, he hasn't given up yet, but he's about to click that button. His tournament is about to be over, Anish Giri. His last game in the Oslo arena ending in a loss.
And there it happens. Oh,
wow. It is a loss for Anish Giri, a match win for Artemiev, and it's the final move in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021. I'm getting almost like teary. Yeah.
As soon as you said that, Kaja.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it strange? Last move, here it is. And it's, a loss for Anish Giri, of course. We can see that is a little bit hard for him to accept. It's a bad tournament for Anish, no doubt about it. He finishes last overall in the finals as a separate tournament. For Artemiev, 3 points here, winning the match. We see a smile on his face, and that is nice to see. Anish sitting here, looking over this. It must be hard also in the final game.
Yeah, and there we see him shaking his head. He knows he made 2 or 3 mistakes in this one, but there was one big mistake. I think just a misjudgment from Anish Giri. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but we love him. He's a great sport, as we saw in the world record attempt he did earlier between the games. And, yeah, he gave us a lot of entertainment.
All right. Anish sitting there. The final game in the tournament, of course, we have to take a quick look at it, David. How Artemiev was able to win this game. Let's have an analysis of this game.
Yes, and just to refresh and show again why Anish Giri resigned at the end there. He thought he'd set a cunning trap. Here, White's bishop is under attack. If it moves, the black pawns march forward. So instead, White gave a check with his pawn, again, hoping that the black king took this pawn, because suddenly Anish would be winning. We'd see a whole 360, a big turnaround, and next move after the black king moves, the black rook simply drops off. Instead, the black king sidestepped, and this cost White some time. White's bishop now has to give a check, and it's the same idea, but the bishop no longer keeps this pawn under lock and key. So after the black king took, White's knight gave a check, the black king stepped back. We saw Anish Giri resign. The realization as well that if he takes the black rook, that one of these black pawns will become a queen. That cost him the game. Heartbreak for Giri, but great, wonderful play by Artemiev.
And all the chess moves in the 2021 season has now been made, but we still have to award some winners. Magnus Carlsen will shortly receive his NFT trophy. We also have some viewers that will be announced winners, the selfie challenge, you know. And we're also going to now show you the video, the moment from the season that you guys voted in as your favorite from the 2021 tour. Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus surprising Hikaru in the last game. Look at Hikaru's reaction. Hikaru just laughing intensely from Magnus's sort of opening choice. Oh, I love this. I mean, even with a quick draw, we find the humor in that.
And now Magnus started the joke. He played an opening known as the Bong Cloud. Actually, this move, don't try it at home. It's probably the worst move on the board, but it's the move that Hikaru Nakamura is famous for. So Carlsen using Nakamura's own secret antidote against him. And Nakamura didn't even want to try and checkmate the white king. He copied it. He moved his own king forward. Another don't try it at home type of move. Probably, again, the worst move on the chessboard. The merry dance of the kings. And for a third time, we reached this position. So, I mean, what is this? Move 5, the position's repeated itself 3 times already.
That was your favorite moment from the 2021 tour. David, put it up on the board. The Bong Cloud.
Yeah, never been done before, and how unique. It caused us a lot of laughs and a lot of surprises.
Yes, all right. And we've really enjoyed all your questions that you have been throwing back to us on this final day and the tour. And we like them so much. We actually want to commend one comment that we really liked.
Yeah, and we do. I'm just waiting. I just did a technical blippy where I just closed everything down by accident. My apologies. And we loved receiving all your questions and all your comments and your memories. I mean, it was incredible. It was priceless. And one comment that we really enjoyed, and it really struck home because we know that you've been following as well and all the tournaments they played. It came from Jyrki Valstead, and it says, as I've been trying to refresh my chess, it's been priceless to follow the commentaries by David, Howell and Little Hat with analysis board going through different scenarios. Thanks for all the lessons. And we wanted to commend this comment because it really warmed our hearts. Definitely. And in partnership with our friends at MasterCard, you are going to get a priceless surprise. And here you can see this is a board which has been signed by the world champion himself, Magnus Carlsen. So, Jyrki, thank you so much for your comment.
Wow, lucky you. And Jovanka just touched upon as well. This T-shirt signed by the players will be given to our favorite selfie. And let's finally take a look at a few more selfies before we announce the winner. love your selfies, you guys. And finally, Jovanka, it's time to announce our favorite selfie that will get this extremely cool t-shirt.
Yes, signed by Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And the winner of our selfie challenge, that is Matheus Cebula, who sent us a picture from the North Sea, offshore chess, no more and no less. Greets from the North Sea to all chess fans. That was a fantastic picture. It's very rare that we get one from, I think it's an oil rig.
Yeah.
And fantastic. And you also win 1 year subscription to the world's best chess magazine, New in Chess.
Definitely.
So congratulations, Matheus.
Fantastic. Thanks to everyone for sending us selfies from all over the world. It's been so nice to see your faces. And now, for one last time, let's take a look at the results from day 9 in the tour finals. It's a match win for Hikaru Nakamura against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And Vladislav Artemiev winning game 4, winning his match against Anish Giri. Timur Radjabov winning after only 3 games to Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. And Levon Aronian, 2 wins and winning the match against Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. And of course, the world champion finishing it off in dominant fashion, winning 2 games to clinch the match win against Wesley So. So let's take a look at the video. This is how it ended. 3 points for Hikaru, 3 points for Artemiev, 3 points for Radjabov, Levon Aronian, and also 3 points for Magnus Carlsen. No tie breaks today. All of them finished in the rapid portions. So now, these are the final standings in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2021. 31.5 points for Magnus Carlsen. Timur Radjabov eventually clinched 2nd place. Levon Aronian in 3rd, and Wesley So in 4th place there. And yeah, can you believe it, David?
It's over.
Yeah.
After all these months, all these tournaments, it's been a great ride. And thank you so much to all of the players as well for entertaining us throughout the last 9 days.
Definitely. It's been fantastic. And we're not quite finished yet because we still have the big prize ceremony coming up. Before we do that, let's look back at the season that Magnus Carlsen has had in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
Oh, no. Oh, my...
We've seen a mouse slip, Kaja.
No!
Magnus Carlsen has...
Is it true?
Yes.
He's dropped his queen on the wrong square, and we see the results just popped up.
Look at his face. Magnus realizes he's had a mouse slip.
It's going to be checkmate.
It's checkmate on the board.
And that's it. He's...
Oh, look at Daniil Dubov. He has beaten the world champion. Magnus Carlsen is out. The world champion is out in the quarterfinal. Can you believe it?
It does look like he's just missed the key moments. He's taken his foot off the pedal, and suddenly, in the current position, Wesley So, he's defending everything. Wesley makes the draw.
Wesley So is the winner of the Opera Euro Rapid. Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus surprising Hikaru in the last game. Look at Hikaru's reaction.
Magnus started the joke. He played an opening known as the Bong Cloud. Actually, this move, don't try it at home. It's probably the worst move on the board. And, okay, Nakamura playing a defensive move. Nakamura offers a draw with that move, and Magnus accepts. Magnus wins the tournament.
Magnus Carlsen is the winner of the New in Chess Classic. The first tournament he wins in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Finally.
Oh, I'm really
Magnus really struggling to survive. But now jumping in now. And Magnus resigns.
Look at the Aronian. He is the winner of the semi-final against Magnus Carlsen. We are now joined by Magnus Carlsen. How frustrating is that final game?
Yeah, I blundered and he played well.
Yeah.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Well, Oh.
I thought it was a joke.
Yeah. And it says 100 on the bar.
Okay, it's on the board, David.
And Naroditsky, did you see that? He applauded.
That's a streamer.
That's a streamer. He's going to lose on the clock, Wesley. If he doesn't lose on the board, he still needs to save it on the board, especially after that last move, White's getting active. Magnus wins.
Wow, look at that. Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon.
It's pretty sick. Like, I came back 5 times when I sort of needed to win. Absolutely insane. I'm just so happy to have pulled through.
After 90 days of chess and 9 days here in the Oslo Arena for the tour final, it's finally time to award the winner, Magnus Carlsen, with a very special trophy. But first, also a big thank you to Jan-Krzysztof and Anish Giri for giving us some great entertainment here in the Oslo Arena. And Anish, I know you're probably a little bit disappointed now after losing the final match, but what has it been like to play here in the Oslo Arena?
Yeah, it's been a very special experience. I think it's extremely beautiful here. The number of lights and cameras is incredible. I think we saw also some great chess, great suspense. If Magnus started losing a little earlier, it would have been even more exciting. But finally, he showed he's obviously a very convincing winner with today's match. I think it was also symbolic that he beat Wesley So, who's been his rival throughout the tour. And I think we all learned a lot as well. So many games against such great opposition, and I'm happy to have taken part.
All right, great to hear. And Jan-Krzysztof, what has been the highlight for you in the tour finals?
Yeah, I can say the same as Anish. I mean, it was very nice here. I was kind of suffering in my games, but I mean, overall, here in Oslo was perfect. Everything was perfect, top notch. So, yeah, everything was great, and I'm happy I had the chance to play so many tough opponents.
And Magnus Carlsen, the winner overall after a very long season, the first full season of online chess. What does it mean to you to be the winner overall?
It means a lot. There's been a lot of ups and downs, especially at the start. I was struggling so much, not winning any of the first 4 tournaments, and frankly, I was. At the start I was losing to Wesley in the finals, and it was deserved. So to finish off the tour with a win against him is special. I feel like I ran a little bit out of steam the last few days, but right now I don't care. I'm just happy to win.
And I know, of course, a big sort of aim for you, the thing in your mind right now is the World Chess Championship match. But in the future, how big of a part will online chess and online tournaments and online tours be in your chess career?
I think they are here to stay, and being the best player over a full season, as I said, even though there's been a lot of ups and downs, means a lot to me.
And now we're going to have an historical moment. Tour director Arne, you have to tell us what is about to happen with Magnus receiving an NFT trophy.
We are indeed having a historical moment. We are writing history as we are standing here, because for the first time in history of chess, we are going to provide a trophy that is an NFT trophy only. And as far as I know, there's no other competitions with professionals that has ever done that. You have had NFT copies of real trophies, but an NFT only trophy, as far as I know, we are the first one to do that.
All right. And Magnus, if you would now join me up on stage for the signing and unveiling of the very first NFT trophy.
So should I just sign?
So you sign your name on this one and press enter, and we will get to see the trophy. And if you turn around, Magnus, it should appear.
Nice.
Wow. Look at that. What do you think, Magnus?
It's a nice trophy, and I'm very happy to be breaking this ground.
Yeah. What is it like to actually get an NFT trophy in your, I guess, digital prize cabinet?
Yes, as I said, it's hard to say because it's the first time, but it looks very nice.
All right, Magnus, congratulations so much on winning the tour overall, and to all the players who have been with us. A big thank you to all the players, to all the partners for a great season with the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Also, a big thank you to all the viewers who have followed the tour. We will be back with a new season of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour in 2022. And in the meantime, keep chessing and have a good one. Woo!
Da det blomster til inn der. Gratulerer.
Takk.